Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's going on? What's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We already got some people in here. Glad to be getting it in another day. Had a great show yesterday. Hopefully we can have another great one for you today. I'd like to welcome everybody in the building. You saw the title. We should be joined by LilBigNate. This is the show that we got set up sometime last week. Yeah, we were getting it set up last week, and yeah, I know how damn it, just bumped into my microphone again. I gotta quit doing that. You know how LilBigNate do. He come in, he goes off, he goes in. We wanted to do this topic titled "Why I'm Voting for Donald Trump," and that's what we're doing here. I just sent him the email, so he should be coming in pretty soon. Hopefully we didn't get our wires crossed, and hopefully there was no confusion with the emails and everything. Hopefully everything works out, and hopefully he's on the way. Everything should be cool. He should be on the way. If you're not familiar with LilBigNate, you're going to be in for a treat today, because he definitely brings the heat every time he speaks. Oh man, what is going on? Let's see. As usual, got to shout out those that made it in bright and early, the early bird squad. Those of you who dropped those comments bright and early, I appreciate that. Darth Patzer in the building. Says, I never voted for any politician, but some brothers are like Malcolm X. They rather fight the snarling wolf than be tricked by the smiling fox. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, I'm voting for Trump out of spite. Also, Democrats' origins is the KKK, and most of the Democratic cities are absolutely a haven of demonic corruption. The KKK origins, that don't bother me as much as you'd think, because there's a lot of things that got bad origins. Doesn't mean that it's bad. It's still bad today. Like to judge things on what they are today, and there are legitimate things and reasons today why black people, particularly black men, should walk away from the Democratic Party. So I don't think we got to reach all the way back into the KKK origin, but that's just me. Third degree burn. 3D burns. I don't know if that's third degree burn. I'm a little confused by this. It say, why you delete my Malcolm X link though? What are you talking about there? I have no idea what you're talking about there. You said somebody deleted a Malcolm X link. Wasn't me. Definitely wasn't me. I set this show up. I woke up at 5 a.m., set the show up, was up walking around, did a bunch of things. Then lay back down, got comfortable, and ended up taking a nap. I just woke back up. I was up from like 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. to ended up taking a nap from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. So y'all catching me fresh out the bed right now. So I have no idea what you're talking about with something got deleted. If you're talking about something that got deleted on this stream. Nomadic Career says hashtag me too. I think he means me too on the voting for Trump thing. A lot of people are doing that in this space. Salute and shout out to Stoic One, DJ Nav, Brian Randall, Kill Deuce, Terrence B, D Rock Den, Excalibur, Ty City in the Coon Talk Radio, huh? Ty City in the building. What's going on? And salute, thanks, and shout out to John. John 832 says, I'm writing in LilBigNate for president. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. You know, I like the brothers that come through bright and early. Oh, there he is right there. Hey, I emailed you the link. I sent the link right to your email. I didn't want the link in the chat because I didn't want everybody under the sun taking the link. So, if you can get it by email, let me know. Let me know if that's unless that's a problem. Unless for some reason you can't get it by email and you'd rather just get it out the chat, then we'll do it that way. Okay, I see it. Yep, you're right on cue. You said I can't access my email. All right, cool. I'll drop it in the chat. Don't nobody. This link is only for LilBigNate. Don't everybody. I apologize for that loud noise. Let me turn that down. Don't everybody try to just take the link. I don't like that when I say I'm dropping the link for a specific person, a specific individual, then everybody, they mama and sister-in-law, baby cousin Tracy try to take the damn link. It's just for LilBigNate. Sir Tice says, what's good, Bernie? He says, FYI, I'm native West Sider. I know Nate is going to bring it. Salute. Nick Pinn in the building. Boomer Sooner, Sean Perry. Sister George says, where the hell is Obsidian? I haven't spoke to Obsidian, but I do hope that he comes on. This topic is right in Obsidian's wheelhouse too. Obsidian definitely bringing the heat on this topic. So yeah, I'm hoping that he hop on when I open this thing up. Hoping that he's available to hop on because I do want to get him in on this. Obsidian normally can go all day on this one, but LilBigNate, if you've heard his commentary, he brings the heat on this subject too. And there he is right there in the queue, waiting to come on up. So we got LilBigNate in here real quick. Consular Murray says, should be a good show. LilBigNate about to go off. LOL. You goddamn right. But without further ado, the man of the hour, the featured guest of the show is here today. My man, LilBigNate is in the building. What's going on?
Hey, Bernard, man. My apologies. I'm new to getting on panels on YouTube. I've never gotten on a panel by somebody sending me an email. I'm on my work computer, so I don't have access to my personal email right now. So,
okay.
My apologies.
Oh no problem. No big deal. Long as we got it worked out. But I'm just getting up. I was explaining earlier how I woke up at 5 a.m. and got everything set up for the show and was up walking around wide awake, and then sat down at 8 o'clock and fucked around and dozed off, and then just popped right back up at 9 o'clock. So I'm had to do an on-air stretch, trying to get all the way woke up and ready to go. But
well, oddly enough, I woke up at 4:30 this morning. I don't know if it was nerves and I started thinking about what I was going to say, and I didn't get back to sleep. So I'm a little groggy, but we're going to get through this. I promise.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, how long have you been around here? Going to start off with that question O'Shea used to ask everybody. How long you been in this Black Manosphere space? You know,
I've been in the space for going on 2 years now.
Okay,
going on 2 years now. I think I was first introduced to Angry Man, and then to Obsidian and O'Shea.
You just was randomly on YouTube, type something in, and then the Angry Man video just popped up. And that was pretty much how it happened.
In the feed, looking at men's rights advocates, things of that nature. Yeah, and eventually he popped up, and him popping up led to all these other gentlemen and their platforms popping up, and I've become familiar with them. First panel I ever called into was, you remember when Donovan Sharp was on the Brother Pill?
Mm-hmm.
I called in there twice, and kind of blew things up. And Donovan, the first time I called in, he said, he gave me a nickname. He called me Napalm Nate.
Hey, you should switch it to that.
Maybe I will.
Napalm Nate.
That's what Donovan called me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It is. But do you want to wait a little longer? You want to just cut me loose?
No. We can get right into it. The topic that we're doing is why are you voting for Donald Trump? We could just start right there. You could just start right there. Just go ahead and go in and pick it up wherever you want to go. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Just take the leash off of me, okay?
Okay. Yep.
All right. So, let me explain the moniker real quick. I went to a friend's house once, and it was a little get together. And
hold on. I do got one question before we get into that.
Sure.
Did you used to vote Democrat?
I tell you this: when I was 18, I started to walk to the polling place to vote for Clinton. This is God the honest true story. And I asked myself, why am I voting for him? I turned around and walked home. And I never voted in a national election. Again, nobody's driven me to want to vote. Well, I almost voted for Barack Obama the first time. I'm glad I didn't, because, we see what that administration, much of it was about. But I'll vote in local elections, but no one has driven me to want to vote nationally. To be honest with you, I didn't vote for Trump in the first election. I wanted to vote for Rand Paul. He's the son of Ron Paul. He's a Kentucky senator. And if you watched Rand Paul's speeches during the campaign, he gave a speech at Howard University. This man is, his ability to appeal to Black folks' sensibilities is amazing. But when he lost, he didn't win the primary. So I wasn't sure about voting for Trump. I had some misgivings about his character and things of that nature, but I am absolutely 100% going to go into that voting booth and pull the lever for Donald J. Trump on November 3rd.
Wait, hold on. I want to get into that now. What were the misgivings about Donald Trump's character? Donald
Trump, as far as I can tell, is an egomaniac. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. He's a salesman. He's a real estate tycoon. He's a casino mogul. During the I'm from New York. I remember seeing newspapers with stories about his Playboy antics and his sexual escapades with different women. And he was a liberal, for the most part. He was a Democrat, but he was always, as far back as I can remember, he's been America first, his commitment to the troops, to the police, things of that nature. So that's how I first became familiar with Donald Trump. And also, I'm going to touch base on this the Central Park 5 debacle also when it comes to in regards to Trump. But any other questions?
Yeah, you know what? We can do that. You could I guess we could save the Central Park 5 thing. We could save that. I'm gonna write that down.
You want to get into that now?
I'm gonna write that down. We can come back to that.
Okay.
That's a hot button issue for
I'm gonna touch on it. You won't have to come back.
Black folks. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and get into that now. I guess we could do that. We can get the bad out the way right now. Let's go ahead and get the bad out the way. All right. So yeah, Donald Trump. Why are you voting for that racist? Go ahead. Why you?
And Bernard,
explain that one.
Bernard, he is a racist, man. I don't know if you know, but Donald Trump routinely invites pregnant Black women to the White House. He slits their bellies open and he eats the newborn Black babies right in front of their mothers. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also know that Donald Trump will routinely invite Black men to the White House? He will sever their sexual organ and he carries it around in his pocket like so many shiny nickels. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Well documented stuff here.
Okay. I got that off of, I'm Black and I'm an idiot Democrat.com, so, check it out, pull it up, Google it, and you'll be able to see that it's true. Now, first, what we're going to do, we're going to talk about Donald Trump's past. And this is where I'm going to touch on the Central Park Five.
Mm-hmm.
All right. During the 80s, Donald Trump made friends with Al Sharpton. He's the head of the National Action Network. Al Sharpton was trying to get in with the business elite of New York, and they both have really rambunctious, robust personalities. They actually became somewhat friends during the mid to late 80s. Donald Trump donated thousands of his own personal dollars to Reverend Sharpton's quote unquote, Black organization, the National Action Network. He spoke at many of their meetings. He sponsored some of their events. He was one of the sponsors. And we all know that most virulent anti-Black racists routinely contribute money to quote unquote Black causes. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Well, the interesting thing about that, around the same time he was doing that, was was close to the time that he, made all the comments about the Central Park side. So that's an interesting thing. So yeah,
okay. Let me go ahead and dive right into that. Okay. Like I said, I'm from New York. I'm from Queens. Okay. I remember I was maybe 12, 13 when it happened. It happened in 89. And I wasn't following the news per se, but I remember, there's only like 11 channels on the TV at that time. And unless you had cable, and we didn't. So a lot of the news channels were completely covered wall to wall with the story. Now, Miss Ava DuVernay, who made that documentary that came on Netflix, and you'll be happy to know, Bernard, Miss DuVernay is a committed leftist and feminist, in case you didn't know that. She gave you a story about 5 Catholic school-dressed young Black men who were frolicking in Central Park late at night for some odd reason, and were blamed for this crime of rape against this white woman. Now, they did not commit the crime of rape, and the way the police railroaded them was horrible. They should have never been treated that way. However, being in New York, I remember the stories that these young men were in Central Park. They were harassing people. And I believe one of the young men attempted to rob someone. This was on the front cover of the Daily News, the New York Post. God, what was the other? I forgot the name of the other newspaper in New York. There were 3 major newspapers. But these young men were not innocent little Catholic school uniformed victims. They weren't. I'm sorry. First of all, what is your teenage son doing in Central Park 11, 12 o'clock at night, miles away from home? Can you answer that for me, Bernard?
No, I can't. But I mean, it do sound like it was a situation where, they weren't exactly choir boys or Boy Scouts. It was a similar situation, probably what happens with a lot of the police shootings or killings that go viral, where the person who had no doubt something awful happened to him, didn't exactly didn't do nothing major at that moment that the situation happened, but had a history of doing shit. It's unfortunate that gets brought up and gets brought to the forefront, and that becomes the thing. I hate when, like, I didn't like how Candace Owens went all through George Floyd's past and everything. It's like, I don't like that when that gets poured out too much to try to justify something. But it is it does seem to always be the case. 90, I'd say 95% of the time that the people that do end up in those situations, they do have a history. That's a fair statement, but it's unfortunate and unrelated.
I'm not pointing to their history, Bernard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing to the fact that these young men were unsupervised. What is your 14 and 15-year-old son doing out in Central Park, miles away from home, almost 12 o'clock at night? I mean, what parent lets their child out, especially in a city like New York City? If you're not familiar with it, especially during the 80s, it was an incredibly dangerous place. What kind of parent does that?
A bad parent. Okay, they have bad parents.
Thank you, sir. I'm not putting what these young men went through on them. What I'm trying to do is you black people are going to have to step out of this fairy tale. It's called creative license. It's what creatives do when they take a story and produce it for Hollywood. These young men were misguided young men that had no business out being that late in Central Park in the first place. Okay. Now, what Donald Trump did was wrong. Period. There's no discussion. There's no debate about whether or not he was right or wrong. He was wrong. Also, like I said, Donald Trump is an egomaniac. If you know anything about the psychological profile of an egomaniac, they very rarely will apologize for anything.
Right.
Now, let me ask you something, Bernard. What if there was a story about 4 white men who raped a black woman? Would you tend to maybe overreact in your feelings of what, even though it wasn't proven that these 4 men did it or 5 men did it, would you feel some sense of a desire to even take punishment on them before they even proven guilty, just knowing the history we have in this country?
Well, just taking just me personally out of it, we can look at an example like, let's say, the whole Duke lacrosse thing.
Exactly, in North Carolina. Exactly.
Yeah, where it more or less came out that nothing really happened. She wasn't raped there, but there are plenty of black people who would still put all those boys' head on a stick just off the possibility if something happened.
It was complete bullshit, the story. They were hired strippers, but again,
what happened there? What happened there? They ended up just getting, I guess, disrespectful with the stripper, and she got mad and she said they raped her.
Yeah, I think there was something about money. The amount of money that was promised wasn't paid, and the young lady decided to concoct this story. Now, it's funny you bring that up. I remember when I heard that story, and I remember thinking how angry I was, and how I wanted to harm those white guys, right? How is me feeling that way any different from Donald Trump feeling? And look, he was grandstanding. He took out an ad in the New York Times. These boys deserve the death penalty. Okay. He was incorrect. Okay. And he's never apologized. And again, that's a character flaw that I take issue with, his inability to apologize, his inability to acknowledge when he's wrong. These are all issues, that I have with him. However, most black men, I think, would feel like I felt when I heard that story of the lacrosse team in Duke University. My first inclination was, wow, I wish I could get my hands on them white boys. But it was wrong. Now, I can admit, I'm not an egomaniac. I can admit, wow, it was wrong for me to feel like that about those white guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And Donald Trump should have had the courage and the character to apologize. No doubt about it. Does that disqualify him from being the president? Let me tell you, foolish, ignorant black Democrats, something. Do you know that it is alleged that Bill Clinton raped 2 different women? When you get an opportunity, I want you to Google the name Juanita Broaddrick. And I also want you to Google the name Kathleen Willey. Both women accused Bill Clinton of raping them in the 80s. Also, someone you should be familiar with, my Black Democrats is a person by the name of Paula Jones. You know, before Bill Clinton was able to run for president, he had to clean that mess up of the latest woman he had tried to rape. He had to pay Paula Jones $850,000 to settle the suit because he attempted to rape her. And you pathetic fucking Black Democrats have no problem with Mr. Bill Clinton, Mr. Saxophone playing, shades wearing, weed smoking, womanizing Bill Clinton. Man, yeah, he was the first Black president. The shit that comes out of your mouth is insulting and it makes you sound pathetic. So let me get this straight. Womanizing, smoking weed, wearing shades and playing the saxophone qualifies you to be the first Black president. This is the kind of shit that makes me ashamed to be Black sometimes. When I hear this dumb shit, I cannot stand it, you know? Okay, so we got Donald Trump on one side, who committed the crime of being wrong about 5 young men who were falsely accused of rape and never apologizing, which is bad. And then we got Bill Clinton, your Democrat savior, somebody that the Democrat establishment still admires and puts out as a beacon of hope and light, who's accused of rape by 2 women and basically admitted to raping Paula Jones by paying her $850,000 fucking dollars. How about you shut your mouth about Donald Trump and his racism disqualifies him? If rape doesn't disqualify you, being wrong about a situation involving 5 young men should. You should shut your mouth. That's what you should do. Okay. Now, did you have any? I'm sorry if I'm.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm sorry.
John 832 says the biggest thing I noticed about that Central Park 5 movie was the Fox News mics pushed in the victims' faces, asking racist, rude questions. Fox News didn't even exist until the
exactly.
90s.
And
wow,
I love that point, brother. Salute to you for being so observant. You want to know another cogent point about that movie and Miss Ava DuVernay? Do you remember the trans sister or brother or whatever of one of the young men? Where in the hell did that story come from? I'll tell you where it came from. Miss Ava DuVernay is a feminist and a leftist. And since the left's objective is to shove this depravity and filth down our throats, let me go ahead and insert this thing that has absolutely no relevance to the story, whatever. This trans brother or sister that ended up dying that didn't even exist. Okay? So much for your fact-filled documentary on the Central Park 5. It was a movie, folks. And they take creative license and they put all kinds of stuff in it that have nothing to do with the story. Okay? So I hope we resolved this Central Park 5 thing and Donald Trump. I have said, and Black people have incredibly thick skulls. So I will say this again for you folks. Not Black people, Black Democrats. Thinking Black men are easy to talk to. But I said Donald Trump was wrong in the fact that he did not apologize. It's one of the misgivings I have about his character. And that's the end of it. It does not disqualify him from being president. If raping women doesn't, getting this situation wrong doesn't. Next question, sir.
All right. Thank you for the super chat. Furious Style says Duke Lacrosse case and Park 5 are not even close. They went after and locked up babies. We weren't talking about the reaction, the legal reaction and what they did afterwards. We were just talking about the feeling you get, you know, as a Black person when you hear about a Black woman being raped by white men. That initial reaction, even without knowing all the facts, that initial reaction by plenty of Black men would be to put those Duke Lacrosse guys' heads on sticks.
That's exactly how I felt.
And Donald Trump's reaction was he wants those guys' heads on sticks without having facts and evidence. So,
and when the facts and evidence came out, I swear, we as Black people, we are so thick-headed. I mean, I'm I'm pretty cogent in my speech. I'm pretty precise in what I say. I use words very carefully. Seems like Bernard Riley understood exactly what I meant, but people in the chat don't. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, well, we talked about on this show before how some people they're not when somebody's not arguing in good faith, they're gonna say things that sounds more or less like, you know, the part that let me say the path that you went down is logically followed, but then they'll pull out some other aspect of it that was different and say, no, those two things were different. But the part that we brought up, that we highlighted about the two different incidents were the same. Now, he bringing up one of the things that was different about it, which it is true. That is different. They did lock up the Central Park Five. Those Dukes boys didn't get locked up. Did I
not
different.
say repeatedly how they got railroaded by the police and how that was wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. But
all right, let me cycle through these super chats really quick. Anti-Gravity 74 says Trump, after Central Park 5 were exonerated, literally said, keep them locked up anyway. They probably did something. Look it up. Yeah, absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. No ifs, ands, buts about that. Donald Trump was wrong as wrong could possibly be for that one. And I think LilBigNate just made it clear that he thinks that was wrong. He's just saying that aspect of his personality where he refuses to admit that he's wrong doesn't disqualify him as being president. He just disposed that with Bill Clinton allegedly raping somebody. Allegedly raping somebody, and that doesn't disqualify him, and black people still love him. So
the hypocrisy.
It's almost like we just gotta at some point we've come to accept that voting for a president, you're probably voting for somebody who done a lot of shaky shit.
Absolutely.
Really, Barack Obama, even though I know you're probably critical of Barack had a scandal-free. Well, okay, and then we're not getting into Barack. Barack ain't got nothing ridiculously scandalous like that kind of shit. But either way, be that as it may, let's move forward. The broke genius says Trump best friend was Theo Epstein.
I would love to address that real quick.
Sleeping with teenage girls. Your friend throws parties and sleeps with teenage girls. You do too. Okay. Hold your thought on that one.
Okay.
Caesar D1 came through, said all America's presidents, past and current, were indifferent, racist, and flat out didn't care about black men. Those black men have no friends, politically speaking. Thank you for the super chat, Caesar D1. Ty City came through, says settling out of court is not an admission. That's feminist logic. Come on, bro. What do you mean by that?
I don't even understand.
Settling out of court is an admission.
I think
he's probably talking about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton.
No, sir. It's not feminist. It's not feminist thinking. Bill Clinton has a track record of sexual assault and rape. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, we did circle back and say allegedly, because I think when you first said it, I think you did state it as fact. But we did circle back and say allegedly. So maybe that was when Ty City typed that. And if he typed that right at that moment, then he technically not wrong, because you forgot to say allegedly when you first started talking, but you later did say allegedly. So
there are 24 women. Roger Stone wrote a book, interviewed all 24 women who allegedly have either been raped or sexually assaulted by Bill Clinton. Now, you want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. It's funny you bring up Jeffrey Epstein. I've been talking about Jeffrey Epstein for the past 10 years. And 10 years ago when I talked about him, people accused me of having a tinfoil hat on my head. I've talked to my son and daughter about Jeffrey Epstein about 5 years ago, because we always talk about current events. Let me tell you who Jeffrey Epstein was, in case you don't know. Jeffrey Epstein is a procurer of children for the elite. Okay? That's what he does. If you're familiar with a man by the name of Jimmy Savile in Europe, in Great Britain, Jimmy Savile does the same thing. he procures children for the elite. I don't know if you want to go down this road, but many of your elite are pedophiles. Huge rings of pedophiles. Jeffrey, the reason the national media says, oh, Jeffrey Epstein slept with teenage girls. No, they weren't teenage girls. They were adolescents, many of them. He had an island. It was literally called Rape Island. Google it if you don't believe me. He had a plane called the Lolita Express that, from the research I've done, a lot of the elites in Hollywood and politics and business would be on this plane, and there would be adolescent girls for them to have sex with. You talk about
how long ago was this? This was
during the 2000s.
Holy shit.
There are 26 recorded episodes of Bill Clinton boarding the Lolita Express. 26. I don't want you to believe anything I say. I want you to go look it up. Okay? And we're heading down a rabbit hole that I could probably talk for hours about. I'd like to get back to Trump.
Yeah, that's you threw too much out there. Like I trust you, but that almost that sounds so outrageous. I was like, man, you got on your tinfoil hat with this one, man. I don't know.
It's funny you say that, Bernard. I say, let me get my tinfoil hat out of my back pocket while I tell you. This is what I would say.
Shout out to Todd City. He said he keep a tinfoil fitted cap on. So
absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Well, they said that your phone's listening to you is tinfoil hat talk. That vaccines would actually cause irreparable damage to your DNA and to your biological system. They said that was tinfoil hat talk. They say that cell phones causing cancer was tinfoil hat talk. When are Black people going to realize that things aren't as they seem? The Matrix, it wasn't just a movie. It had a lot to do with how this society is structured and set up, and how most of us are walking around in a daze most of the time, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a tinfoil hat series. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I'm gonna have to reach out to different people on that one. But yeah, it's a lot of Black people that got their theories. So yeah,
and they should in a world like this.
I'm going to explore that.
If you and I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna say it. If you believe 19 hijackers boarded some planes and flew them into
man,
you're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Do you
got on your tinfoil hat? You got a tinfoil Scully.
I got tinfoil everything, baby.
got tinfoil headband with the
let me tell you how ridiculous the federal government thinks you are. Let me tell you how stupid they think you are. They said, and I wasn't in New York. I had just moved to the South a few years before 9/11 happened. They said that the reason they know one of the planes that hit the towers, the reason they know the name of one of the hijackers is that his passport, when the plane exploded, it floated down to the sidewalk and was laying there on the sidewalk. Do you believe this shit? I mean, look, I shouldn't have brought that up. Let me get back to that.
That sounds crazy. Nick Pinn, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Before we get all the way back on, well, this question is more or less on subject. Shout out to ARC dating coach Alan Roger Curry. I am going to review one of his books coming down the pipeline. Don't wait on it, but I am going to do a formal review of one of his books.
Good deal.
He putting the question on the table. Do you believe Trump's first term has been more successful than Obama's first term as president? If so, can you give specific reasons why you feel that way? And then after you do that, I think that will probably lead us right into the main question that's on the table: why you're voting for Donald Trump. So go ahead and do that.
I absolutely believe that. Barack Obama inherited a recession and struggled to get the economy out of recession. Unfortunately, many of Barack Obama's economic philosophies they work against growing an economy. I don't believe his economy ever got above 3% GDP. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But Barack Obama routinely said, when Donald Trump was campaigning, he would say, no one's going to get the economy to 4% growth. That's ridiculous. It's never going to happen. We'll never see that kind of growth again. Well, Donald Trump has hit 3.5 GDP, I believe, twice. Okay. Do I believe Donald Trump's first term is more successful, especially economically. Let me get into this, the meat of my presentation, please. Okay. I was on.
Hey, just want to give you a fair warning. Ty City, I think he's saying you're spinning on the allegedly thing. I don't know.
What does he mean?
I don't know. If I know Ty City, he probably gonna pull some tape on you later on.
When he says alleged, I'm not understanding what he's talking about.
I don't know.
It would help to understand, but it would help to be.
I saw him type in moon boots.
Hey, look. You folks can call me whatever you'd like. You live in a country where if you call a man who believes he's a woman a man, they're considering legislation to punish you. In California, they tried to pass legislation where if medical professionals did not refer to trans people as the sex they elected to become, that they could be punished and sanctioned. We are in bizarro land, folks. Good Morning America a couple of years ago had a little boy on, Strahan and Robin Roberts, the hosts. They had a little white boy on. I believe he was about 7 or 8 years old. And he was a trans boy. This young little white boy had on a glitter short skirt. Well, it was one dress, but it was very short above his knee. He had on a pair of high heels, lipstick, face full of makeup, and a wig. He's 8 years old. To me, that's a pedophile's wet dream. And they set up the studio as a catwalk and had this little boy clumsily fumbling around in these high heels while Robin and Strahan and all of the audience clapped for him. And you think somebody's wearing a tinfoil hat talking about what these Luciferian elite are trying to do? Sir, you're not qualified to have a discussion with me. Stop. Okay.
Now, I don't even know if that's what he.
No, I'm not talking to Ty City. I'm talking to whoever wants to accuse me of having a tinfoil hat on.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
I promise you will not come up to this panel and discuss these issues with me. You won't.
All right. Okay. Finish answering that because I cut you off. Finish answering that question by ARC. Fatal Dose, the Sage. I lost your comment. I clicked on it. I didn't get to read it, but it scrolled all the way up on me and it's gone and lost forever. But thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. And also thank you. Michael Holt says vote for policies that benefit you, not for personalities or feelings.
Absolutely. Salute, brother. Salute.
And so, and also, Nick O says fake intellectual accent, idiot nonsense. We're gonna ignore that one and keep it moving.
Also, I have an accent.
Also, we're gonna ignore that one and keep it moving.
Wow, that's cool.
Zachy, thank you for the super chat. He says most elites are morally corrupt.
Thank you.
And oh man, a lot of y'all coming through with those quick ones. Kildu says, wasn't Trump and the Clintons friends? I'm sure they were at one point.
They're elite. They're both elites. They travel in the same circles often. Yeah, they were very good friends during the 90s, 2000s.
DJ says, LilBigNate on Bill Clinton, get out of there. All right, I want you to finish answering ARC's question, and I'm gonna try to not get distracted from the chat, unless you super chat, and then I gotta let it distract me. But
also, let me say this real quick. I'm contemplating whether to start a channel or not, and the number of super chats that you give to Brother Riley's platform will help inform me of whether or not I need to start one or whether I need to not do that. The adulation in the chat is great. I appreciate it, gentlemen. And even the attacks, if you really would like to discuss these issues, come up on the panel and we can do it. But
we're gonna open it up, but I do want you to. We haven't even gotten to we 46 minutes. We haven't even gotten to the meat yet. But I do. ARC did put a good question out there. I was going to I had it in my head to do a show about that. You know, comparing Trump's first term to Obama's first term. So you can go ahead and tease that one a little bit. But that's because I want to get somebody who's who believe Obama did a great job in his first term.
RBR.
Everybody likes it. Well, no, not RBR. No.
You don't want RBR?
No. Hell to the no. No.
Shout out RBR, man. Shout out RBR.
No, that we talked about the tinfoil hat. That goddamn. The second he's mentioned the Russians,
Russian bots are responsible for everything.
No. RBR ain't coming up. I mean, he can come up, but he won't be a featured guest that I'm expecting to speak for an hour without me blowing a gasket up here. Like, I can't do RBR like that. I can't. I can only take RBR in a dose. But let's go to let's answer that ARC question that ARC put out there, and then that's going to segue right into the main meat of everything. And real quick, speaking of support of the show, Jedi Mac and MLR came through with Cash App, so I appreciate your brothers right there. Appreciate everybody who support the show and support the content. Man, y'all warm my heart every morning, man. I really do. I'm not even joking. But yeah, go ahead and fire away on that question.
All right. So, and again, gentlemen, the more you contribute, the more likely I am to start a channel. So let me know how you feel about the commentary. So,
and hit the like button, fellas.
Absolutely.
Hit the like button.
That too. Okay, so I believe Donald Trump's first term is wildly more successful. Economically, again, we're approaching. He's had two quarters of 3.5% GDP. Lowest. Well, let me just get into because I'll answer ARC's questions with this. Okay, now I'm going to explain to you why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Let me first tell you what I am and what I'm not. Okay. And I need you to hear me because Black people have a tendency not to hear you because they're emotionally tied to their politicians like a fool. But I have no emotional ties to any politician. Okay. That's why I can talk about them the way I do. That's why I can criticize Trump, even though I'm voting for him, because I'm voting for him based on his policies, not his personality. Okay. Now, Donald Trump, has been accused of being a racist and all. And what I want you to consider, let's take a look at, because I discussed the racism issue from the past when he's devoted thousands of dollars, hours and hours of time, connected Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson with people that helped them raise funds in the business elite of New York City. Someone who hates Black people simply wouldn't do this. There's a saying, there's an old adage that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. Actions speak louder than words. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Riley?
Of course.
Okay, great. Actions. Okay. Now, the act of donating money is an action. The act of connecting two civil rights leaders with connections to help them with funding for their organizations is an action. I just don't see how someone who hates Black people would do that. Now, let's say I cannot conclusively answer if Donald Trump likes or hates Black people. I don't fucking care. How about that? I don't care if he likes Black people. I could care less. What do his policies suggest that he feels about us? Okay? I'm going to go down the list of things that Donald Trump has done to directly help Black people and indirectly. Let's start with the First Step Act. Okay, 2018. The legislation was introduced by the Congress, but when the president signs it, he gets the credit. He was all for it. That weird scene with Kim Kardashian being in the Oval Office and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's talk about what the First Step Act did. A lot of Black people went to jail under the 3 strikes law. Three strikes laws already existed in many states, but the crime bill of 1994 that Joe Biden co-authored took the three strikes idea and federalized it. So you had people who had two violent crimes. There was not a lot of good oversight, of the program. So people that, and I'm sure, Bernard, did you ever hear the story about the brother that stole a loaf of bread and got 25 years on his third offense?
No, I don't think so.
I've heard that story. I've heard, getting arrested with dime bags of weed, really minor offenses.
But it was a third strike, so
it was a third strike. So you go to jail for 25 years. Now, I'm a law and order person, okay? Virulent defender of the Second Amendment. However, charging somebody 25 years for stealing a radio out of a car is excessive. I think all of us would agree with that. So you want tangibles? Well, Donald Trump gave you a tangible. He signed the First Step Act, which up to today has freed 7,000 people, okay? Over 90% of those people have been Black men and women. Over 6,300 Black men and women are home with their families, hopefully preparing to live constructive, productive lives after spending all that time in jail. You're going to have to help me understand why a racist would support a piece of legislation that obviously was going to help disproportionately poor Black people that got railroaded by the system. And feel free to comment and let me know, okay? So that's number one. Number two, another direct instance of Donald Trump helping the Black community. Black unemployment is the lowest in recorded U.S. history. Now, Barack Obama had a fairly low, towards the end of his run, he had a fairly low unemployment rate, but employment participation by the public was at historic lows, okay? Since Donald Trump has taken over the economy, it's gone gangbusters. There's people hiring everywhere.
I got to give you some pushback on that. Sure, this was my first criticism of Donald Trump.
Sure, go ahead.
When Obama was in office, he took the unemployment rate was low. Mm-hmm. He stepped in like right when he got in, it dipped down even lower. And then it gradually started going uphill and getting better and better and better and better and better throughout all the way to the end of his term. It was really high. Now it was really, really high. I forgot exactly where, but that employment rate, it was looking really good. I don't have the numbers right in my head.
Well, no, I said Barack Obama had a low unemployment rate by the time he left office. I said that.
Yeah, no. But see, here's the thing. This is the thing. This is my first criticism of Trump. When he got in office in January, all right, the same cycle or trend that was happening with Obama's unemployment rate, that same trend still continued for one friggin' month. Okay. Donald Trump was in office for 30 days. Well, I jokingly said he was in office for 5 minutes. He did his first inaugural addressed the nation, and said, the Black unemployment rate is as low as it's ever been in history under my presidency, under my policies. I'm like, wait, hold the hell on. You can't take credit for that one. You've been in office for 5 minutes, and you're gonna take credit for Obama's work. That's like if we playing football, you started on the 1 yard line. Obama ran 98 yards and took a knee, and then Donald Trump got in, ran 1 yard, and says, "We're as close to the touchdown as we've ever been." With me having the ball. I'm like, come on, man. It's like that. That goes back to Donald Trump's narcissism. Gotta praise himself, take credit for everything. The only thing that I can give him credit because he didn't fuck it up. But the same trend has just kept going since Obama. You see what I'm saying? He's maintained the same trend. but I'm not going to give him full credit for that one. But before you respond to that, let me shout out some super chats real quick. My man, who is this? Donovan Wood says, "Damn good commentary. Start your channel." He's talking to you on that one. Azrael 6394 says, "Obama ignored black people and shamed black men during his term. I'm never voting for Democrats. You should start a channel or do audio books." Black Charles Heston, that's some funny shit. Black Charles Heston. Abdullah Jones says, "I'm constantly arguing with my fiance who thinks I'm crazy by saying Trump has done more for blacks than Obama." And let's see who else. Sean Perry says, "Great show, Bernard. LilBigNate, start your channel." Yeah, man. The vote is unanimous, man. You got to start a channel, man. Everybody
well,
won. You got to
go into the two different channels I'm considering, by the end.
Okay. Councilman Murray says, "Get the channel. Democrats serve us no purpose. The Republicans will get out the way. No party for productive black men. Maybe libertarian." Thank you for the super chat, Councilor Murray. And I think that's it. All right. You can go. Okay. Whoa. Hold on. Prophet of Thought series came through. Brother Bernard, Brother Nate, always drop mental nuggets.
Xavier, salute, bro.
Yeah, salute to Xavier. All right. Go ahead. You got it. You can respond to that Donald Trump running the ball 1 yard and taking credit for Obama's 98-yard dash. But anyway.
Understood. Well, that's what politicians do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the president, you get the blame, you get the credit.
Yeah.
Has Donald Trump not gotten blame for the coronavirus? Let's be honest. Did he have any control over stopping it from coming here from China? No. But history will show that he will probably receive the blame for the deaths, even though, is there things he could have done better? Absolutely. But I don't know that any president could have handled this unprecedented situation and much better. I'm sure some may have handled it somewhat better, but this man's first attempt at public office is the presidency. Okay? So take that into consideration. Now, so let's get back to discussing what Donald Trump has done for black people, both directly and indirectly. We have the First Step Act. We have I'm going to give him credit for the lowest recorded black unemployment rate in history. He didn't necessarily create it. He has helped to maintain it and continue have it to drop. Okay. Let's talk about opportunity zones, a program that I believe he started in 2017 or 2018, where he's got private corporate interests investing up to $100 billion. That's with a B, folks, billion. According to, I got a couple of notes here. There's according to the Economic Independence Group, a John Letier, he states that although Trump can't really account for $100 billion, they're a watchdog group that can verify that $25 to $30 billion have been made available, not specifically for black people. There's 8,766 opportunity zones. The vast majority of them are in black communities or adjacent to poor black communities. There are also several in white communities. There are poor white people in America too. Also that entrepreneurs can take advantage, have access to funds they would not be able to get from traditional banks and other financial institutions, and can pursue their entrepreneurial desires. Look, black man, if you think that going to Walmart, buying a 79-cent piece of oak tag, scribbling some profound proclamation on it, and marching your sorry ass down Main Street is going to change anything for you, I really feel for you. You will accomplish nothing in life. The majority of the people you see out here protesting, the majority of them are trash. You have provocateurs that have been sent to intentionally start rioting, start fires, and the stupid BLM and Antifa lemmings follow right in accord. I've seen several photographs of men with masks on with earpieces, and more tinfoil hat stuff, I guess. We all know that George Soros is one of the main contributors to BLM. I was on an Angry Man show a couple of days ago talking about Donald Trump, and I said, Angry Man, do you know what BLM stands for? I'm going to ask you the same thing, Bernard. Do you know what BLM stands for?
Black Lives Matter?
It might, but in my book, it stands for Black Lesbian Misandrists. That's what BLM stands for. Okay. Whether you Black people realize it or not, especially you quote unquote thinking Black men, which I believe the manosphere is full of, they are about the Democrats, the leftists, the liberals, and their elite, their Luciferian elite that work much of their social programs through the Democrat Party, the trans stuff, the homosexual stuff. All this is Luciferian elite working through the Democrat Party to help destabilize civilization. This is my opinion, and more tinfoil hat stuff. So
I'm doing a tinfoil hat series. I'm gonna call on you.
Okay, good deal.
I'm gonna call on you. O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building. Check your pockets, O'Shea. I just sent you cash. I'd be coming in here checking in, dropping them Ugandan shillings on me. I sent it back to you, man. I had to send the money back to you. But so check your pockets. Hopefully I got your Cash App right. For some reason, I don't know if other people have this problem, but I can't super chat people for some reason. I've been trying to super chat people. Something been wrong with the super chat. For some reason, it will let me super chat Kevin Samuels. Oddly enough, everybody else will get some error message. It's like only 2 people it allows me to super chat. So check your pockets, O'Shea. I just sent you a Cash App, but I appreciate you. Appreciate you coming through, showing your support. Definitely appreciate that. Fatal Dose the Sage says, Bernard, you're wrong. Pounding his fist on the table. You're wrong. That's how I see it. He said Donald Trump's first month in office was spent getting rid of tens of thousands of regulations, which opened up the market. Yeah, but you ain't moved the needle in 30 days. It takes a while for that to happen. So whatever he took credit for on his first inaugural address, which was in February, nothing he did came into play by then. So I give Barack Obama credit for that thing, for that very low Black unemployment rate that he took credit for right out the gate. Now, what I will give Donald Trump credit for is for maintaining it and not fucking it up, because he could have. It's been 4 years, so he had time to fuck it up, and he didn't. So we do need to get credit for maintaining what Barack Obama established. Let's at least give Barack Obama that. I know this is a space where a lot of people are critical, probably for good reason, on Barack, because there's nothing got passed that was specifically for us. There are things that if we, parse out the details, we can say, okay, this benefited Black people, this not so much, this kind of benefited, this was neutral, this was that. So we can, but it seems like with the Black president, we shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to look at exactly this precise thing that was very specifically for Black people. I have heard people make really good arguments about the things that he have done for Black people, and I will try to find them, reach out to them, and get them on the show, because, like I said, I'm leaving the Democratic Party, but I don't like that Obama gets a lot of dirt kicked on him. Some fairly, some unfairly. But that low unemployment rate for Black people, I give Obama credit for that one. But gotta give Donald Trump credit for maintaining it. Gotta give him credit for maintaining it. Where else are we going with that? But thank you for that super chat, Fatal.
Thank you, sir.
The Sage, and also I missed your last one, so thank you for coming back with another one. Who else? I think that is it. All right. Now, the thing that you get into the most, where you go the hardest on, when you talk about the social and cultural aspects of voting Democrat, and you talk a lot about our women. Absolutely. And what the Democratic Party has done to, I'm saying this to piss people off, the Democratic Party has done to our women. Go ahead and speak on that, and trigger whoever you need to trigger.
Sure, no problem.
Go ahead and fire away. And any Democrats in the building, if you want to come up afterwards and have your say and argue Nate's talking points, you know that the link will be in the chat for you to come on up and have your say. So, but go ahead and fire away on that one, because that's the one that you go in on the most. That just really just
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead and dive in on that one.
For those who don't know, I'm a single dad. I was divorced in 2004. I was awarded full custody of my children. I had a 2-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son at the time. All right. So I'm invested in the success of Black women, believe it or not. Okay. My daughter's 19 now. My son's 21. My daughter 2 years ago went to go live with her mom. Her mom had turned her life around to a great extent. I salute her on that. And she wanted to go live with her mother. So she did her junior and senior year with her mom, and she's coming back to live with me. I'm not sure exactly when, but she's supposed to be doing that. So to suggest that I hate Black women, and some people have, most people haven't, but it would be ridiculous. Feminism is what informs Black women's philosophy, their ideology, the vast majority of them. 95% of Black women voted for the Democrat Party in the last election. Okay. 13% of Black men voted Republican in the last election. Largely, Black people vote Democrat. However, Black men are simply following what Black women do, which is what we've been doing for the last 50 years. Feminism, third and fourth wave modern day feminism is absolutely toxic. It destroys women. There are thousands of videos on YouTube of white women in their 30s crying because they can't find a husband. White women are freezing their eggs because they can't find a husband. The society has become so anti-male, men are checking out. You know, I was surprised when I heard the statistic that 51% of Black men are single and childless. I'm sure a lot of people were surprised by that. Were you surprised by that, Bernard?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of surprised me too. And you know what I owe that to? I owe that to, and I don't know what the percentage is of Black men who have children and are single. That's probably closer to 60, 65% probably. Men like me who have children.
Have children and single?
Who have children but are single still, meaning they're not in a relationship with a Black woman.
Oh, well, no, it can't be that high, because of the 50% are single and are not married and don't have kids. We do know that at least 30% are currently married. So that only leave 20% to fall in the other category, you know. So
well, from 50 to 65 is 15%. So it's under the 20% threshold, you see. But again, I don't,
okay, got you.
Yeah. I don't have the exact number. You know, I'm guessing. But what's going on is that Black men are just to a point where they've checked out. I'll be honest, I've in essence checked out to a certain extent, and I'm focused on other things. Dealing with Black women has become so impossible. And I've said this before, and I'll say it as long as people let me on their panels. Black women are not inherently bad. Black women are made bad by the people that they listen to and the people that inform their thinking. Andrea Dworkin is a famous feminist from the 1980s and 90s. Much of her academic study made its way into women's classes all across the country. Another one is Miss J. Mills. Okay. I'm going to give you a quote from Miss Andrea Dworkin. I'm going to show you how corrosive and destructive feminist ideology is. Miss Andrea Dworkin says that all sex is rape. All sex. Any sex that a woman has in a patriarchal society is done because of coercion, and it's tantamount to rape.
God damn.
Folks, these are the people who are teaching your daughters. Okay? And I brought up all those white women crying on YouTube because they can't find husbands. The feminism has poisoned them also, but so much for the hit sisterhood, black women, 55% of white women voted for Donald Trump. Interesting, eh? Whereas 95% of you all voted for, I call her Hillary. I don't call her Hillary. I call her Hillary Clinton. Okay, for what she did in Libya, destroying the country of Libya. Okay, so also you'll be interested to know that Miss J. Mills, another very well-known feminist author and academic, says that marriage is slavery. These are the people indirectly who are informing black women's thoughts. I want all of you to go, when we're finished, I want you to pull up a video, okay? It's a song from the mid-'80s called, what is it? Sisters Are Doing It For Themselves. Do you know that song? Sisters are doing it for themselves. You know that song. Have you ever heard that song, Bernard? You're younger than I am. That song is...
No, I haven't heard that one.
You've never heard that song? Okay, that song is...
I probably have and just didn't, pay attention. But
it was the #1 hit. I think it was 84 or 85, right? And the song was done by the Eurythmics. Sweet Dreams Are Made of These. Everybody knows that song. Right. The Eurythmics made that song, and they paired up with the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, to deliver this beautiful message to young, impressionable women's minds in the 1980s. Do you know that in the first 20 seconds of the video, marriage is represented by a caveman dragging a woman out of a cave by her hair on her back? There's a shot of a caveman dragging a cave woman, and then there's a shot of a groom dragging his bride by her hair on her back. And this is a #1 hit of the 1980s.
Hold your thought on that one. Fatal Dose the Sage says, grasping at straws, understand the business cycle. Platinum Elite says, no vote for me unless I get $25 million reparations checks. Like I'm voting for other groups while black people suffer. LilBigNate, I'm about to step away for I'm still going to be able to hear you, but I'm going to be on mute. I'm just stepping away for a second, but pick up right where you're at. I know you can talk about this part uninterrupted for an hour, so. But yeah, I'll be able to hear everything you're saying. I just got to step away for a quick
minute. No problem, bro. Just let me know when you're back. All right, folks. So black women's ideals, philosophy, ideology are informed by rabid anti-male feminists. What do you think of a woman who routinely says, I don't need no man? What do you think of a woman who routinely says, I'm the mama and the daddy? A woman who routinely says, I'm strong and independent, I'm a boss bitch, I'm a bad bitch. A few months ago, I was looking at a panel of black women, and this 26, 27-year-old black girl said, that's right, I'm a bad bitch. I'm a CEO bitch. Like, are you serious? All of you are familiar with the principle of how a magnet works, right? Like repels and opposite attracts. If black women go around acting like men, what men do you expect to attract? Think about it. When I turn on these panels and stuff, I hear black women bragging about their academic accomplishments. They're climbing the ladder. I'm a hustler. I'm a CEO. And all that stuff's well and good, but I've never turned on a channel and heard a black woman brag about how good she cooks. I've never turned on a channel and heard a black woman brag about how cooperative and conciliatory she is. Never heard a panel of black women bragging about how demure and modest they are. Well, modest, you wouldn't brag about being modest. So, but black women, their minds have been ruined by the people they listen to. I was on the breakdown, and I said, black women listen to all the wrong people. And that's why I appreciate the manosphere, because I found a place where Black men actually have the courage to tell Black women the truth. Now, are some of the gentlemen delivering their message a little undiplomatic, a little brash, a little brutal? Sure they are. But I would suggest to you that the level of vitriol that you hear in a gentleman's voice has a direct correlation to just how out of pocket Black women are. Let me give you an example. Put a 1 in the chat if you're familiar with a gentleman by the name of Solo TV 84. Put a 1 in the chat. All right, Solo TV 84. Well, I appreciate that, gentlemen. Absolutely. It looks like, I don't know if he's a member of quote unquote the Manosphere, but he makes pretty interesting content. And Mr. Solo TV got into a bit of a kerfuffle with a lady named Jay Amore, 20-something young lady. She wears a t-shirt that says feminist, so you already know what we're dealing with. And let me show you how absolutely far many Black women have fallen. Not all, but many. This is a educated 20-something-year-old young lady. And Solo TV in his community tab put a post where she's interacting with a young Black man. And she's complaining about Solo being on a 5-hour bash session or something. And the young brother said, look, why don't you just disconnect the computer? You don't have to listen to this stuff. And do you know what Janae Amore said? That's all the brother said. The brother didn't curse, didn't disrespect, nothing. He said, just unplug your computer or disconnect from the internet. You don't have to watch it. She told him to shut the fuck up, which is bad enough. What woman talks to a man like that? Again, you demonstrating just how absolutely masculine so many Black women are. And then this is the kicker. She told him to suck her dick. Okay? This is what Black women are presenting to Black men and suggesting that we should marry, get in relationships with, and protect. Are you fucking kidding me? Black women have fallen, and look, I know the majority of Black women don't talk like this, but an ever-increasing number of them do. A 20-something-year-old Black girl feeling comfortable enough and having enough disrespect for a man to tell him to suck her dick. I tell you what, Black men, many of you should consider just walking away. Really. Now, I'm not necessarily suggesting you should walk away from Black women per se, but Black men, thinking Black men, are going to have to walk away from Black female American culture. You're going to have to. You're going to have to walk away from that, and you're going to have to walk away from every Black American woman that subscribes to it, advocates for it, and believes in it. And unfortunately, that's probably 70, 80% of Black women. It is toxic. How is a man supposed to build a functioning household with a woman who talks like that? A woman who wears her dysfunction as a badge of honor. The more abusive and disrespectful you are, the higher you rank in the sisterhood. And I'm supposed to protect this woman. Okay, well, you know, I believe I'm going to be on Brother Xavier's channel, and the topic on Thursday is going to be protecting the Black woman. Tune in. It's going to be really, really interesting. We haven't set it up exactly yet, but I'll be in touch with Brother Xavier. So, you know, I got some pushback from Edward Anderson when I said that, you know, I blame Democrat and feminist ideology. They've turned Black women into the nightmare many of them have become. Not all, but many of them. Okay. I have heard several times Black women say or type, "suck my dick." What am I supposed to think about a woman who could say that? Okay. Because you Black ladies, you claim that men in the manosphere are attacking you, they're bashing you, they're dragging you. Please, for all the women who think that that's taking place, I want you to give me some information on the best way to address these problems. The best way to address your incredibly horrible attitude that many of you have. The best way to address your recklessness and irresponsibility with your vagina. The best way to address your inability to recognize that your children need fathers and you should only have children in the context of a marriage. And I'm not even an advocate of state-sanctioned marriage, but there's private marriage, there's corporate marriage. For a woman that wants matrimony, there are compromises, fellas. Okay? Now, so Democrats.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But I was just sitting back listening.
This is going way off track. Do you want to get back to Trump, or what do you want to do, bro?
Well, no, I feel like
it
was related because the first few times that I've heard you talk about why you're voting Republican, it was because you credited the Democratic policy, so to speak, with the whole Democratic liberal, just the whole ideology behind it. Absolutely. Is what ultimately led Black women astray, sold them a bill of goods, and is the ultimate result of what we have now in the culture. Without feminism and all of that stuff, without everything that came from the Democrats, you don't get women like I don't even know the chick named Janelle Monáe or something. Jaya Moore, whatever. Okay, got a shirt on that says "feminist telling guys to suck her dick." Like that's So this is the ideology ultimately comes from absolutely Democrats. The whole thing about where Black women are, women in this country. Because Black women do it more statistically, but women in this country, it's set up in a way to where they technically, they don't need a man, and it's okay for women to not need a man if she's a hardworking, productive, person. But they could be the most reckless person on earth and not need a man, function and get by just fine. And my former thought process on that was, well, in the richest country on earth, a woman who has a bunch of kids, those kids shouldn't go hungry if she can't find a job. So there should be safety nets in place to help and support them. However, too much of that results in subsidizing and pacifying the bad behavior that doesn't result in families and men being in the home taking care of their children. So even though what you're talking about, it's straight off of, to the untrained ear, it seems like it's straight off of why you're not voting for Trump. But no, it's right on point with it.
Gotcha.
It's right on point with it. That's why I told you to go in on that.
I'll tie it together. Absolutely. So let me first say this. I am not a Republican. I'm not. I am a traditionalist. I'm a conservative. And I'm a pragmatist. Being a pragmatist, I want to find the simplest and quickest route to putting whatever's left of Black America in the hands of the men I see across this platform. An array of men with different skills, different talents, different levels of education, different skill sets. I want these men to control the Black community. Right now, the people controlling the Black community are the Black American woman and the federal government, Democrat Party, and feminists. Okay, that's who controls the Black community. So I was talking about the things Donald Trump has done for Black people. Number one, we got we have prison reform. Number two, unemployment. Number three, one of Donald Trump's pillars during his campaign, he did something that I've never seen anyone else do, okay? And this speaks to this man's, the enormity of his balls. I have never in my life heard a national politician tell a group of white people, in front of a group of white people, make an appeal to Black people and say, Black America, what do you have to lose? Your cities are run by Democrats. Your schools are crumbling. There's crime and violence rampant throughout most Black communities, all run by Democrats throughout this country. What do you have to lose? Bernard, is that pretty fucking amazing? What politician do you think would say something so brash and bold? He didn't appeal to people of color. He didn't appeal to minorities. He spoke directly to Black people. He said, Black America, what do you have to lose? Give me a chance. 4% of Black women voted for Donald Trump, 13% of Black men, which could be seen as, a middle finger to him, okay? What does Donald Trump do? Does he say, well, I got elected with almost half of the Hispanic vote. I got elected with half of the white female vote, the vast majority of the white male vote. I don't even need these Black folks, The little bit I got from them, I'll send, I'll do some symbolic gestures for them or whatever. But, to help, I guarantee you most Black people would, as emotional and as ridiculous and illogical as we are. So what did Trump do? No, he started the First Step Act. He brags to large crowds of white people how much he's lowered Black unemployment. What kind of racist does that? And I know what some of you are going to say, oh, well, maybe Donald Trump's not such a racist, but man, those white people in the crowd are. Okay, well, let's deal with that real quick. We all saw the incident with the old white guy punching the Black guy. I've seen videos of Black women, getting pushed by white people at the Trump rally, yada, yada, yada. You do know those people were there as provocateurs. You do know that, right? You do know you went into a crowd of country potbelly white folks and started insulting the man that they have put a lot of their faith in. They just have. Now, let's talk about the crowd. Now, I had advised, I think it was on Mr. Fantastic channel, and I said, look, I want you gentlemen to go look at the speech Donald Trump gave on June 20th, Saturday, the day after Juneteenth. The man spent approximately 5 minutes talking about what he had done for Black people. And then the cameras pan across the crowd. Now, I would imagine that a group of potbelly racists wouldn't be clapping for him talking about the things he's done for Black America. Yet thousands of white people are there clapping. I need you to help me understand why they would do that. If the overwhelming majority of these white people are racist and they hate us. I don't care how they feel about Black people. Personally, I don't. I don't care how Trump feels about Black people. What I care about are his policies that have absolutely helped. Not only the First Step Act, not only his economic plan that has lowered unemployment, not only him having massive deregulation, which has regulations are what impede people from starting businesses oftentimes. A lot of times, large businesses, they have their lobbyists put in place all these regulations for small businesses, so large businesses don't have the competition. This is the benefit of having a lobbyist, a paid lobbyist on Capitol Hill. Donald Trump came in and wiped away hundreds, if not thousands of regulations, making entrepreneurship easier, saying, look, Black man, I'm not here to hand you shit, but I will let you take your talents and your skills and get in the marketplace and start to compete. And I'll even give you a step in with the opportunity zones and with the other things that he's doing.
All right. Thank you for the super chats. People who sent super chats. I didn't get a chance to read them all, but I think I highlighted all of them. Abe is a great one. Says any Black person that doesn't vote is a disgrace to his or her ancestors. They fought for the very freedoms you enjoy. And I think it's some debate in the chat about that. Okay, now I will circle back to a few things.
Sure. The
racist aspect of the Republican Party and Trump supporters. I think that's one that Black conservatives or Black people that's going to vote for Trump. I think that's one that we got to just take on the chin. I don't think an argument can be made to say that there isn't a percentage of Republicans. They used to call it the Southern strategy. They don't do it. They don't call it that anymore.
Yeah, Nixon guy came up with the Southern strategy. Yeah, I forgot his name. He worked in the prisons afterwards. I forgot his name. Name. But,
they understood that when Democrats got Black people, they understood that there was still enough racist white people that if they really appeal to them, that they could offset that. And so I think that part can't be denied, even though there's a lot of good things that come with voting Republican, for black people. I don't like how the Democrats are, patting us on the head like children. I saw when Hillary Clinton pulled the hot sauce out the bag, I was done. It was a wrap. I couldn't do it no more. But hold on, let me lay this out, because I don't think black people should run from that that aspect that there's races in the camp when it comes to the Republican Party. There's a percentage of it that are racist, and it just is what it is. Because when you got into talking about, you're talking about that old guy who punched the black dude who was walking up those stairs. I mean, you look, the better example, the better example, when you said Donald Trump talked about how he did something for black people, and it was a bunch of Republicans, beer belly of Make America Great Again hat wearing people clapping and whatnot. Listen, if Donald Trump would have said he could have said, I put some easy bake ovens on the moon, and they would, yeah. They would have clapped for any damn thing he said. So,
but Bernard, you have to admit, bruh, if somebody is a virulent racist, they're not gonna clap for things he's doing for black people. Sorry, sir, I have to disagree. They're just not going to do that. Are there some racists in the crowd? Sure. I'm willing to bet the next time you go to a restaurant, there might be a couple of racists in there. You go to Walmart, there might be a few racists in the bathroom. You go to the movies, the back row might be a few racist people. What the fuck does it matter?
No, I'm with you on that. But what I would argue is they wasn't clapping because they heard that black people got helped. They were clapping because Donald Trump did it. That's what they were clapping for. Their guy did it, so they're going to clap for it. So,
it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. They're clapping.
Fair enough.
I can't take some potbelly white man who's clapping because he heard black people are going to have access over a 10-year period. The Opportunity Zone program is for 10 years, 2018 to 2028. He's going to try and corral $100 billion. If some potbelly white man claps for that, I'm not going to assume he's a bad guy. I'm just not going to do it.
No, and I hear you on that. But I don't think it doesn't do black Republicans any good to try to run from the fact that that most people who are outwardly racist in this country, most of them are Republicans. That's what it is. Democrats,
go ahead.
It can be argued that they're racist in a different way, wanting to make sure that, black people, have all the welfare and entitlement programs that could be interpreted or spun as they want to help the least fortunate in the country, but it could be they want to keep you right where you're at. We're familiar with those arguments, and it can go either way. So go
ahead.
That's the argument that we should make. We shouldn't even deny that there's a certain type of outwardly racist Confederate flag wearing, type of racism in the Republican Party. We can't deny the fact that if we go back to Charlottesville, all of those guys that were involved in that, those fine people on both sides, all of those people that was involved on that on the other side where there was apparently fine people too. Yeah, they all vote Republican. Those are Trump supporters. We just got to own that. Yes, they're under that same tent as us, but we're in this tent voting for a completely different reason than what they're voting. So I'm not going to try to argue that they're not racist. Like that, we do ourselves no good by trying to argue that. That's something that I think a black.
I don't care.
There you go. Yeah, a black Trump supporter just got to own that one.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's the right argument.
I don't care who says I like Trump? Who says I want him living next to me?
There you go.
So why are we so wrapped up in how? So Hillary Clinton tap dances with Roly-Poly Martin with a bottle of hot sauce in her purse, and you think she likes you?
I'm with you on that.
Stupid black people are. Barack Obama sings an Al Green song at a get-together. Black women splash their panties and black men's boxers get all up in a bind. Are you really that goddamn? Black America is nothing but a cheap date for the Democrats. A really cheap date. They show up. No, they don't even show up to your house. They make you pay for the Uber to the house. They have sex with you on the stoop. They don't even let you in the house. And they give you no money for the Uber back home. You're a disgusting cheap date for these monsters. That's what you are. That's what you are, sir. Not you, Bernard, but
no, I got you.
But that's what black people have been, especially black men. I at a get-together last year, I said, look, fellas, all you got to do is give me one piece of legislation that Democrats have put forward to us for the benefit of black men. Go.
That's a tough one.
If
you got to divide it up, and it's specifically for black men,
specifically black men, sir. I couldn't think of one either. Now, let me play the other side. Are there any pieces of legislation that Republicans have put forward specifically for black men? No, they haven't. But why would they? We don't vote for them. And in essence, we didn't vote for Donald Trump. But in the face of this man still makes appeals to us. I can't count the number of times I've seen a photo op where his Oval Office round table is filled with black men and women. He's sitting there listening to their concerns, listening to what they want him to do. I didn't see that all that often with Obama. I know it happened, of course, but Obama wasn't accused of being a racist. Why would Donald Trump, the racist, have all these groups of black people visit the White House that he talks to? Before, let's get into
he won't look racist. That's why. You don't want to look racist. Obama didn't have to do photo ops with black people to prove he wasn't racist because he was black.
Gentlemen, if you don't know by now, Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck if you think he's racist. He does not give a fuck. And if you're too blind to see that, I don't know what to tell you. The man does not care. The man argues with members of the press. He'll look them dead in their face and say, you're a liar. You're a liar. Fake news. You're a liar. And largely, there was a Harvard study that came out in 2017 or 2018. You can Google it. 93% of the news reported on at CNN and NBC about Trump was negative. You really want to sit here and tell me that the best economy in decades, lowest unemployment, manufacturing making a comeback to America, shoring up the southern border, and another thing that benefits black people tremendously. Let me ask you something, Bernard. Which racial group of people do you think wayward, out of control, illegal immigration hurts the most? Which group of people in America?
Oh, black folks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump.
That right there, what you said, that goes back to my point why black people just got to acknowledge that, yes, it's a racist aspect of the Republican Party, but there are other reasons why we probably need to vote Republican. So that's where I'm at with it. And that's one of those reasons all day. We do not need an underclass coming in, taking a lot of the entry level blue collar jobs, all the, it's going to be bad.
Exactly.
For black men and black women.
Not to mention the jobs, but the lowering of wages, illegal immigrant work lowers wages, and the crimes that have been committed against black people in California, the firebombing of black homes. I never once saw the hair hat Maxine Waters speak anything about Hispanic gangs firebombing black homes in South Central Los Angeles and Compton. Never once. I've heard her give plenty of speeches about the poor Hispanic children that are in cages down at the border. But do you know that those detention centers were built under the Obama administration? Those cages were put there by Obama and Biden, you ill-informed folks. This is the problem with black people. You have to read, and you have to take your emotions out and stop caring whether or not somebody likes you. What effect do the policies have on Black America? So we've talked about the First Step Act, his economic policy and the benefit it's had for Black America. We've talked about opportunity zones. We've talked about the border. How about his shoring up the United States military? How many Black men across the manosphere are current and former military? How many? I'm thinking a significant percentage. I think 30-something% of Black men are in the military. It's probably 30-40% of the men that visit the manosphere are probably military or ex-military. Salute for your service, gentlemen. You know, brothers like the General, Mr. Fantastic. So the more money we put into the military, and the thing I like about Trump, he's shoring up the military, but he's not starting any additional wars. I believe 2 or 3 additional wars started under Barack Obama, who had pledged not to start any more foreign wars. Donald Trump actually has not started any more foreign wars. He has wiped out ISIS almost completely. He has disassembled the caliphate that they had there in the Middle East, killed several top members of ISIS. But I forgot he's a racist, so none of that matters. You know, none of that means anything because he doesn't like Black people. So all you military folks with all your wonderful benefits, your ability to travel the world, the experience you get in electronics and weaponry and computers and all the wonderful things you get from being a member of the United States military, Donald Trump is giving more money so that more opportunities will be available for more young Black men and women to take advantage of. But he's a racist, so I forgot.
All right. On that note, I'm about to drop this link in the chat. You got some criticism down there, so I think some people about to come up and bring just a little bit of heat your way, which is cool. But before we get this going, well, first off, Kill Deuce, thank you for that super chat. Bernie, which side needs white validation more? Black conservatives,
I got it.
Black liberals?
I got about another hour, bro. I got about
okay, perfect, good. That's why I'm glad I'm opening it up right now.
All right.
So yeah, but so while we wait for people to come on up to get this panel going, we got 364 people watching, only 151 on the likes. We got 14 dislikes, more dislikes than normal. That's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. We normally don't get that many dislikes. People must don't like you talking about Donald J. Trump, but yeah, so let's get these likes up, fellas. Let's get these likes up. We need to bare minimum be hitting 200 on the likes. So if we're gonna get this panel going, let's get these likes up so we can do a panel. See 2 more people just came through with a thumbs down.
Can I
That's
close?
All right. 1 more. Oh, 3 people. Okay, we got 17 thumbs down, 167 likes, 168 likes. Come on, let's get them up. Let's get them up.
Bernie, can I close real quick?
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah,
please.
before the panel comes up. Okay, so before you folks come up, I need you to remember the things I've said if you're coming up to challenge me. I'm not a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm a traditionalist. I'm a pragmatist. I want to get the Black community back in the hands of men like us, period. Number 1. Number 2, I don't like Donald Trump. I've been saying that since the first time I got on somebody's panel a couple of weeks ago, from before when a couple of years ago, I got on O'Shea's panel. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. I've brought up several times the misgivings I have with his character, his personality. But there's certain things I definitely like about his personality too. He's got huge balls, whether you like it or not. That man said, "What do you have to lose, Black America?" I salute him for that. I salute him for that. Now, if you like Black women's attitudes, vote Democrat. If you like convicted pedophile trans story time at the local library, which is a program brought to us by our beautiful Democrat buddies, where mentally ill men who think they're women in full drag attire, dress, heels, hairy legs, beard, lipstick, over-exaggerated pounds of makeup. I've seen some of these trans people with horns coming out of their head, all to become familiar with your precious little babies. Now, One of the things I appreciate, even though I hate to see white children going through this, I see very few black children in the crowd at these events. But you'll be happy to know, leftists and Democrats who advocate for this filth and depravity, you'll be happy to know that 3 of these people have already been found out to be convicted pedophiles. So you had little Timmy bouncing on a convicted pedophile's lap as his glittery gown bounces up and down. I have a video on my Facebook of another trans man or woman or whatever the fuck teaching 5-year-olds how to twerk. He got up and he said, look, I'm going to teach you all how to twerk. He turned his behind toward all these little children and had all the little white boys and girls twerking. Vote Democrat. You like black women? You like the death of 22 million black children at the hands of black women, and many of those women at the behest of their black boyfriends or husbands? Then vote Democrat. You like paying more in taxes? You'll vote Democrat. You like your Second Amendment rights? Angry Man has a ammunitions channel, or I don't know if it's a channel, but he discusses it. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. He has a channel where he discusses arms. But if you vote Democrat, the Democrats are going to come and take away all those horrible assault weapons, because we all know guns kill people, just like cars kill people, just like knives kill people, just like falling pianos kill people. Are we going to ban all those too? Vote Democrat. Okay? Do you like 26% of black women being married and everything that they're taught working against the establishment of the black nuclear family? You'll vote Democrat. Okay? Do you appreciate, I'm sorry. Do you appreciate television shows and everything now being about homosexuality and interracial couples? And if you appreciate that, just vote Democrat. Vote Democrat, folks. That's what you should do. If you enjoy the current state of Black America and where we are and how we function or dysfunction in this country, I want you to vote for the Democrat Party. Okay? That's what you need to do. If you enjoy black women telling black men to suck their dicks, I want you to vote for the Democrat Party. I could literally go on for an hour, but go ahead and do what you're going to do.
All right. Damn. Okay. We about to, thank y'all for getting those likes up, by the way. I appreciate that. Y'all did get oh wait, no, you didn't. Not quite. I thought somebody posted in the chat that they got that we are over 215 likes. So, but anyway, you did. Some people hit the like button, and damn, y'all came through hard and heavy on those dislikes. Shit, my dislikes normally don't get that high.
Salute, that tells me something.
Yeah, you're rubbing people the wrong way. But be that as it may, we got Black Torch, who I'm pretty positive he disagrees with you. So, fellas,
go ahead.
Okay,
let's keep it respectful.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you just fine. I'm just putting out the.
I would like to thank.
Hold on. I'm letting out the warning shot right now. Let's keep it respectful. We can get passionate. No personal attacks. And let's try not to talk over each other.
Agreed.
Make sure we get that right. All right, Black Torch.
I'm just going to respond with.
You got the floor. You got the mic. Go ahead.
With the facts. First of all, you gave quite long and lengthy things, but they were emotionally laced. First of all, facts. The abortion law was signed by George Bush the first. Facts. All the wars that Obama was in or participated in was started by George Bush, not Obama. Another fact. Third, Black feminism was really started by Barbara Smith in the 70s, and that was under Richard Nixon. Facts. Gun control was started by Ronald Reagan to stop black people from defending themselves. And another fact is that you said the Democrats going to take your weapons from you. That was the same thing we heard from 8 years of Obama, 8 years of Clinton, and no one took their guns from them. Fact. Another fact is on the economy. The economy. When Barack Obama took office, we were losing 780,000 jobs a month. At the end of his first year, we gained 1.2 million. So that equates to from losing a negative 780,000 to getting 1.2. And as a fact, and deficits. Let's explain the deficits that you call yourself a conservative. Under Barack Obama, the deficit was 3 trillion. Now with it's at 23 trillion. And I can go on. I didn't interrupt you. I can go on and on about facts. I deal in facts and studies, not emotions and history. I can put up every document and everything I have said. Thank you.
Okay, well, I mean, it's interesting. Where would you find the time to work during the day if you have all this information that you could just pull up?
Time out. Wait a minute. Black Torch. Whoa. Black Torch. He started out with a little jab, but I think he was going to. I assume he was going to get to breaking down where you were wrong in the facts that you was putting out there. So go ahead, LilBigNate. Let him go on
with ad hominem.
Well, first of all, it's ridiculous. Okay, I'm a conservative. That does not mean I'm a Republican. I said I'm not a Republican, but of course that doesn't matter to you. Okay, now Barack Obama did start. He started a war in Syria. He escalated a war in Syria. Yes, he did. They started a war in Libya, sir. The entire country of Libya has been destroyed. The jewel of North Africa. So you're wrong there. Okay. Now, I never said Barack Obama didn't do a good job with the economy. What? You are emotionally tied to Barack Obama. That's why you're so upset, Mr. Facts. Okay, that's a feminine thing. Please don't do that. Okay, now
it's another ad hominem, man.
Hey,
yeah, try to hold back on the ad hominems, or personal attacks or jabs.
The gentleman didn't come up asking me questions. He came up trying to prove me wrong and embarrass me. Don't ask me questions. Why don't you simply ask me a question, Mr. Facts?
Okay. May I interject? All right. You said that Trump support the troops. Then explain to me the bounty that was put on U.S. troops, and Trump tried to deny that, where everybody agreed in the intelligence thing that this is a fact.
Well, they also agreed that Trump colluded with Russia. Didn't they?
That's not answering the question. I asked you about the bounty. That's not that you don't answer a question with another question.
I do.
It's not okay. Well, then that's a non-response. Okay.
Well, let me give you
Okay. One question. I ask one more question. Explain to me Trump's handling of the pandemic, first saying that it didn't exist and it was going to go away in a week, and after 140,000 plus people have died, he has done nothing, and the country looks like it's about to spiral out of control on this pandemic, which is hurting the economy. Explain that.
I'll be happy to explain it, and I did explain it if you were listening to my presentation. I said Donald Trump has made some mistakes during the COVID crisis. I don't know if any president could have handled this quote unquote properly. But of course, you just ignore that, like you've ignored most of probably what I've said. And Donald Trump, I don't know, no president in recent history has dealt with this type of epidemic. When Donald Trump said, I am cutting off all travel from China, he was called a racist. He did that in January of 2020. All of the left media came out and called him a racist. That's what they did. And you want to talk about this new issue of Russia having a bounty on American soldiers? Sir, this is all new information. The man really hasn't had an opportunity probably to learn about it and to address it. again, you bring up these things trying to shame him or make him look stupid. This is something that just broke, I think, last week. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's not. If you genuinely believe everything that MSNBC and CNN tell you, and you don't understand that they run with narratives to make you hate this man, I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you.
All right, let's put a pin in that right there.
Can I have just one response?
All right, go ahead, Black Torch.
Okay, I'm just going to have one response. The Obama put in a team before he left to handle the pandemic, because he did handle the pandemic.
They were
He handled the Ebola crisis, and he put in a team. Trump came in and fired the entire team as soon as the pandemic happened. Those are facts. I can send it to you if you care to. I'm done.
Okay. You think?
All right. All right.
What's that or no?
Say that. What's that?
You want me to respond to that, or you want to move on?
I want to move on, but I mean, if you, I guess you could briefly touch on it if you want to.
Sure. I honestly don't know. I know that when presidents come into office, they want to clear house. Mm-hmm. They want people in their administration that are loyalists to them. That's normal. Now, the Ebola outbreak never became a pandemic, sir. Not in America. Okay. And that may have been thanks to Barack Obama and how he handled it. I don't know. But Corona and Ebola are two completely different diseases. So, like I said, Donald Trump has mishandled certain aspects of the coronavirus. But I don't know that any president could claim that, oh, man, if I was in office, I would have kept the deaths down to 50,000. And look, I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on here. I don't even know what's real and what isn't about this coronavirus thing. I have seen, there was a video, and you can go to YouTube and check it, where CNN used a hospital from Italy, took away the banner at the bottom, and said that it was a hospital in New York. Go look at it. We live in such a bizarre world. I don't know what's real and what isn't when it comes to this coronavirus. I've seen videos where CNN, MSNBC, even Fox talk about, oh my God, we have all these people, the emergency rooms and the ORs are overflowing. And the very next day, a citizen journalist will go up to that same hospital and the parking lot's empty. I don't know what's real and what isn't when it comes to this corona. I tell you what I do know. So I honestly can't speak on that because I like to speak on things I'm sure about and that I've studied. What I can speak on is that everything that happens that's bad in this country, the leftist media is going to use to try to destroy this man. Like I said, Harvard had a study, 93% of everything they report on this man is negative. How is that even possible? With an economy that's doing well, manufacturing that's coming back, a wall that's being built that most Americans are in favor of because they know how detrimental unchecked illegal immigration can be.
All right. Let's keep it moving. Judge Zilla, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Black Torch, okay. I do like your comment. I talked about just real quick, Black Torch. I don't know. I talked about doing, I don't know how much of a Democrat you are, or even if you are, but I talked about doing something similar where, because everybody black nowadays are kicking dirt on Obama's presidency. I want to find somebody who think that it was positive and want to highlight the good things that he supposedly, allegedly did for black people. I've heard somebody make that argument on the internet. I don't know if you're the guy qualified to do that, but I was just
I'm just reporting on the facts. I just looked at both things and I look apples to apples. I try not to.
Do you think Obama did a better job in his first term than what Trump did in his first term?
They're about equal because Trump only created 10 more million jobs than Obama, and that was a fact. So I'm trying to.
And I mentioned before, he sort of, hopped on a moving train, so to speak.
Yeah, it was already the economy was already moving. Jobs was the crime rate was going down. So it's kind of like they're like equal. But the thing that the really thing is the crisis handling. That's what and if they want to talk about that, I'll be glad to because I can bring up instances of that.
All right, DJ Naff, thank you for the super chat. He said, "Oh, we going in today." Nick, Nick came through.
And I didn't
That
introduce
Trump
myself,
support is
you know
a
what?
debate. Oh shit, he
Oh,
said
go
that
ahead.
Trump supporter is a debate dummy, embarrassing. I ain't. All right,
Hey, I appreciate that, Nico. I appreciate it.
Cut it out. Oh, more people even coming through. Free will defender. He said, "Stop choosing one or the other. Both don't value black men." Thank you for the.
Can I address that real quick?
Not. We gotta keep it moving. We'll probably circle back to that. I'm pretty sure we will.
You'll probably get that in responses to mine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay, terrific. Go ahead, bro.
Cool. All right. Judge Zilla got the floor. You got the mic. Thank you, everybody. Hit that like button, and thank you, everybody, for hitting that super chat. I appreciate everybody who support the channel. Let's keep it going. Judge Zilla, you got the floor.
This will be very short. At best, 2 minutes. At best, or at worst, rather. So I have to agree with LilBigNate in saying that Obama. Look, declared wars, no. But conflicts and drone strikes, and when you include those, Obama increased that lot by a lot. Secondarily, in support of LilBigNate and what he said, and some of the people in the chat may have missed, he did actually state policies. It's specifically one step and opportunity zones. So those are policies, and those are policies that have disproportionately benefited. Thirdly, I don't know if anybody remembers, but you do remember how the Democrats started their entire process, right? You do remember the only ADOS representative came out of the gate speaking Spanish.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Speaking Spanish. So again, as a counter to that, even as a counter to that, and even supporting LilBigNate's position on that, is to say that those policies that were instituted for people who didn't vote for him as a bloc, and his request of black people, what do you have to lose? Again, Obama had in his first 2 years, he had carte blanche to be able to push forward what he needed to push forward.
Democrat Senate and Democrat Congress. Yes,
he
sir.
He could have easily pushed forth a one-step type program, and he could have easily pushed forward an opportunity zones type program.
But hold on, I do remember Obama would try to. I'm exaggerating here. I'm exaggerating, but Obama would try to pass some legislation that says that the sky is blue and the grass is green, and the Republicans will vote no and say that the grass is blue and the sky is green.
But I'm saying when he had in his first 2 years, he had the opportunity to do that. But this is what I'll say, and I'll use this as constructive criticism, LilBigNate, if you allow.
Sure, yes, sir.
If you allow, little bit less straw man, a lot less ad hominem, and your points will be received much greater.
I understand that, sir. I appreciate it. The only thing I would say in response to that is that the nuclear black family is on the precipice of being completely gone. Yeah. The reason I speak like this, and I speak passionately, not just over the internet, but when I have conversations with people, we are in dire straits. We are in dire straits, folks. Almost 80% of our children don't have fathers in the home. We're ruining ourselves. And that's where the ad hominems, that's where the cursing comes from. This stuff is from the heart. I have raised 2 children. I want my black daughter and my black son to be able to come home 10 years from now and bring a bunch of beautiful little black grandbabies to the house. But I don't know that that's going to be possible because my son's going to have a very difficult time finding a black woman worth marrying. And my daughter might have equally just as difficult a time. I have to say things the way I'm going to say them. And whoever doesn't like it, look, I understand. And
right.
I believe in free speech. Okay. So if you want to take a shot, no problem.
Right.
All right.
One last thing, if I may, Bernard, and then it'll be done for me. Understanding again, I understand. I'm neither red nor blue. At best, if you want to define me, a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist.
Okay.
It's about policies to me. who is bringing you things that you can use, and who is just standing on and has stand on their laurels, and just fed you fucking hot sauce bottles.
Mhm.
and fucking vote for me because I can Dougie. Like,
Oh my
come,
God.
I mean, come on,
Not
people.
even that well though.
Like, I can Dougie. Oh, it doesn't matter that I don't care that I locked up a whole bunch of fucking a whole bunch of people that I didn't care whether they were guilty or innocent. And
Well,
even when I
that's
did
the
know, and
super
even when I
predator.
did know that they were innocent, I still locked them up any fucking way.
But brother,
like,
super predator. So who cares?
I'm just saying, like, look, it's about policies. I'm not saying vote red all the way or vote blue all the way. That was the other thing. Just as a correction and as a side, I'm sorry. One last thing. The initial response for COVID wasn't the federal government's responsibility. That was your state and local government's responsibility. And they had heads up under the Obama administration and with previous iterations of COVID type events with SARS and MRSA. They had the heads up. The Fed is the second line of defense, not the first line of defense in that. Your locals, your state governments were more responsible, and they all completely dropped and fumbled the ball because they pushed the money for preparedness into other fucking pork barrel fucking programs to enrich themselves and their fucking cronies. It's the federal government is the second. That's why there are state rights. The federal government is the second line of response, not the first.
All right, Tavares Wiley says, Silent Lamont, bring the pain. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And says, gentlemen's on the panel, what do you think about Angela Stanton? Oh shit. Dude, we can't even answer that one right now. We'll get so sidetracked. She been bringing. Okay, yeah, LilBigNate loves her. I think she been bringing the heat. If you want to see her in a discussion with somebody who really can go toe to toe with her, it happened like 5 months ago. She was on Roland Martin, and her and Roland Martin had a good back and forth. The Breakfast Club ain't had no business even being in the same vicinity of her.
Floor with him. She mopped the floor.
That was an embarrassment. but Roland Martin, the black male Democrat, he knows his shit, and he gave her a damn good run. He may have won. I didn't even watch it from beginning to end, but I saw about 75% of it, and yeah, he was giving her some of that work right back. So that's a good one to look at if you want to hear somebody really challenge her. I watched half of that Candace Owens and Lamont Hill. Actually, Tie City, I shared that one for Tie City for spending all his bill money over here that day. I'm gonna share a few of his streams, try to pay the brother back, but yeah, Tie City covered that Candace Owens and Lamont Hill discussion. So yeah, it's some good discussions going on between black conservatives and black liberals. It's a lot of good going on. But Seti said, thank you very much for that super chat. Let me see who else I got in here, and I'm going to skip because I know Sir Tice said he had to go.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. Counselor Murray says they interviewed Cardi B. That's what the Democratic Party thinks of black people. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I hate all that celebrity shit that the Democrats do.
Bernard,
I hate it.
Bernard,
Bernard,
I just have one thing of clarification because Godzilla said something that was not true.
About you gotta make it quick. Sir Tice, how much? Hold on. Sir Tice, how much time you got?
Give me 5 more minutes, Bernie. I got 5.
Okay, all right. So Black Torch, go ahead, and we got to go to Sir Tice because he said he had to leave.
It's by law, the CDC and FEMA are in charge and have the first right. CDC is the one in FEMA, not the states. The states can't block people from entering in and out of the country. So that's another fact that's not true. That's all I have to say.
All right, we no response. Just let it ride.
That's not what I was saying, but okay.
Okay. All right. Good. We're gonna leave it at right there. Jalen Rowley. Jalen Roddy. Also, welcome back. I haven't seen you since the time you was on the panel. Me and you did a one-on-one. So I want to thank you again for that. Says great topic, but now the Democratic Party is run by Marxist communist factions that will use black male deaths to funnel money into their campaigns with no remorse. Black Lives Matter donations go directly to Act Blue. Thank you very much for your super chat. I appreciate that. Loadcast says excellent show. Thank you very much for your super chat. I appreciate your support, Sir Tice. We're going to skip City of Truth. I'm going to you next. Sir Tice said he had to go in 5 minutes, so I'm giving him the floor right now. Go ahead, Sir Tice. You got it.
Appreciate it, Bernie. Shout out to you, Pablo, Judge, City of Truth, Torch, my man, Big Nate. Nate, I'm going to give you a little pushback technically on what you're saying, and that coming at this from a family values type of perspective to a mostly black audience, unfortunately, that isn't going to win. But Black Torch said something. You said facts. That's not Aaron. 1973 Roe v. Wade, that wasn't George Bush the first. So, okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Let me just say this, because when we get into these debates or when these topics, it always tends to go on the emotional side. And I'm just going to name 3 things. All right, number 1, maybe 4. Number 1, Lyndon Baines Johnson, the same motherfucker who was photographed with Dr. King shaking his hand and all that stuff that people love to hold that portrait. Everybody know he was the biggest racist, said nigger all the time in the White House. Yet at the time, we saw an opportunity to get something. Now, maybe it was short-sighted, but the point is that you don't have to like who you have to work with. I personally don't care for Donald Trump in a sense, but let me just say this. Trump signs order for disabled veteran loans forgiveness. The Obama administration, the first 22 months when he had a Democratic Congress, could have proved that. Okay, so that's 1. Number 2, Bernie, since you're in Michigan and I'm a Michigander originally, NAFTA versus the USMCA. For those of you who may be too young to know about NAFTA, it was a free trade agreement between Mexico and the United States, and it caused a shit ton of manufacturing jobs to leave. So Trump had that modified with the USMCA. Lastly, which should be near and dear to all of our hearts, especially those of us who go to HBCUs. I'm very shocked that you didn't mention this one, Nate, but I've heard you say, okay, yeah, you know, but $850 million every year. Black HBCU presidents used to have to come to the White House to beg for money. You would think, and I don't want to make this a Trump versus Obama, I'm saying what we get out of it, okay? 850 million allocated. Now, before someone in the chat, I'm not reading the chat, but I see this all the time. Well, that was done by Congress. Yes, so was Obamacare, which was a disaster. But Obama can take credit for that just as Trump can take credit for this. This is where our doctors, our lawyers, our professionals mostly come from. So I don't give a shit about his personality per se. Oh, by the way, Trump panders to racists, no different than, as mentioned, with the hot sauce in the bag and all that other stuff. So let's just end that. Oh, you know, and thank you in the saxophone. And that's what I'll end on. Thanks for letting me on, Bernie. I'll stay on longer next time. Y'all, all y'all brothers, we brothers at the end of the day. Let's just work on to the issues and not the personality. Oh, one more thing. When people say, well, I ain't voting if we don't get this. On the ballot, you have judges that vote y'all child support that you spend endless times complaining about. You have school boards that you complain about your schools. It's more than the goddamn president that you're voting on. Thank you.
Salute, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your commentary. We're going to go to City of Truth 91. You got the floor, you got the mic.
Absolutely. And once again, thank you, Bernard Riley, for allowing me to come on your panel. You know, I've been following you. I just saw your channel, I think, yesterday. And you was talking to some people on here about issues with the Black community. Now, I think you have a very profound channel, brother. I just want to say, you know, I appreciate that you come at issues from an alternative perspective than what is the general consensus in our community. And I find that very refreshing, because far too often in our community, you know, there tends to be a general consensus that is followed, and a lot of people will say if you don't follow that consensus, you know, you're somehow not authentically Black, or you're somehow, you know, you're not with the community or whatever, that type of thing. But I want to thank you for standing strong on that and providing this platform. Now, that being said, as far as LilBigNate, brother, you know, I'm with you.
I didn't come in here to debate you. I came in here to maybe kind of support your point, to give you some backup. But I feel that you're absolutely right when it comes to the concept of black families. We got to rebuild our families, man, and no one else is going to help us do it. Okay, white folks are not going to help you do it. The government is not going to help you do it. Okay, the Pentagon is not going to help you do it. Okay, artificial wombs are not going to help you do it. Because there's a segment. I feel that we have there's also a tech segment in the black community that also likes to kind of overstep on social issues, and they have this narrative that somehow technology is going to be what drives people socially in the future. And that's just simply not true. We all know that what drives people socially is people themselves, and whatever social contract people choose to come together and follow. And I think that in our community, there definitely needs to be, we definitely need to relook at that. We need to look at, bring it back off, not just bringing it back our families, bring it back the social bonds, bring it back the community. I'm on the West Coast. I'm in California. I'm thinking about leaving California soon. Hopefully, I get out of this place as soon as I can. Okay, but I will tell you that politically and demographically, I grew up out here in California, born in Los Angeles in 1991. Okay, came up during the LA riots, came up during the all that stuff. Saw Los Angeles transition from the 90s to the early 2000s up until now. And, California is predominantly Los Angeles area, and California in general is predominantly by Latino. And pretty much black folks demographically are done. Okay, in California, you don't have a power base anymore out here in California.
That's what I've been hearing. I think it's down to like 6% in California. Black people are only.
Oh, absolutely. And brother, I will tell you, man, there is no hope in California, man. You need to get out while you can. And a lot of black folks are getting out. That's why so many of us are leaving the West Coast. We're going to North Carolina. We're going to Atlanta. We're going to, down to Texas. We're going. A lot of black folks are going to Arizona, and that kind of thing. I've seen the political decline of black people in California, and I think that gives me a certain perspective. And as far as what the other brother was saying about Trump, he was challenging you on Trump. A lot of people have a lot to say about Trump, but Trump has actually brought back a lot of manufacturing, a lot of jobs. I see it in the trucking industry and stuff. He's reopened a lot of steel plants. A lot of black people work at those plants and stuff, man, and are benefited from that. And everyone wants to say that, well, this was this is the Obama economy, and he's taking credit for the Obama economy, but they fail to realize that black unemployment was very high throughout most of the Obama, especially the early part of the
that's what I said in Nate's opening. The unemployment, black unemployment, it was really high. Then it got lower. It was high when he got in office, then it got lower, then he gradually built it up till it got to that really high point, and then then Trump stepped in and took credit for it. That's what I said from the start. But that's that was one that Trump supporters, when they talk about that, they need to basically just be clear that Trump maintained what Obama had going on, or he kept the same trends going. You got to give him credit for not messing it up, but you do got to give Obama some credit for building it up from the ground. It was at the ground floor when Obama got it, and he built it up. So I always give Obama more credit on that. Tavares Wiley came through with a super chat. He says, we're aware of history. What are the current policies being presented, and how do they benefit black men? Mr. Shane Vicious came through He said, I bet these, oh shit. He said, I bet these conservatives still believe in Santa. Goddamn.
Good stuff.
Oh man. All right, we're gonna go. we're gonna move along. Thanks, City of Truth, for your commentary. We're gonna move on and go pass the mic to Pablo.
What's going on, Bernard?
In the building. What's going on? Wait, hold on. Let me address something. Let's see. Somebody, Jim Rat 5 says, Bernard, what is this love affair with Obama? Who are you talking about? You talking about me? I've made it very clear that I've become very conservative and probably going to hold my nose and vote in that direction when 2020 comes around. However, I'm not, people kicking dirt on Obama's administration and they saying, oh, look what Trump did for black unemployment or black employment. I'm going to acknowledge the simple fact that Obama built it up from the ground floor. Trump got in office for 5 minutes and said, look at the black unemployment rate. I'm like, no, dude, you didn't do it. You maintained it once somebody else poured it out the trash. You kept it out the trash.
Doesn't it seem like sometimes these cats have like an open Word doc of comments? Like, wait a minute, that's he said one thing.
Oh man. All right, Pablo, you got the floor, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. City of Truth stole a lot of my thunder. When it comes to the black family, I think we're in a bit of a new era when it comes to Black America. And Obsidian talks about this a lot about being free and now having the freedom of choices. And so what has happened is we had a civil rights movement, right? Whose thrust was to change the laws, right? Because before we had laws that were written against us, right? It wasn't just white people hated us and disliked us. No, they wrote it into the law, right? That you were going to pay taxes, but you were not going to enjoy any of the amenities and the things that your tax dollars provided to the rest of society. It was written into the law that is what you were going to do as a black person in America, right? So we had those laws changed, right? And now we are in a new space where it's not about, the laws are there, quote unquote, supposedly to protect us. But now we're in a new era where things economic and moral and cultural have to be built in Black America. And that is why I think our guest, LilBigNate, this is where I part ways with LilBigNate. It's a matter of scope, not substance, that I disagree with him. I disagree with the scope of the level that politics will help or aid or assist or in any way have an effect on what ails Black America right now. Because what ails Black America right now cannot be written into law or policy. It has to start, from the grassroots, so to speak.
Pablo,
right?
that is, I agree with you 100%. Now, let me say this. Do you know why I tell Black people to vote for Republicans? Because if let's say they're estimating that Trump may get as much as 30% of the Black male vote. I've seen estimates of 40%. Now, if that happens, let me tell you what the Republican Party is going to do. They're going to give you a couple of symbolic gestures, as thanks. I think that, and I'm talking about the Republican Party, not Donald Trump. Okay. Now, the Republican Party largely is going to say, look, we're going to lower taxes, benefit Black people. We'll shore up the border, benefit Black people. We'll renegotiate these horrible trade deals, benefit Black people. We're not going to do anything directly for you. What you Black people are going to have to do is go fix your own problems.
That's what I want. I want someone to say, Black America, you need to go fix your own problems, and then men like across this platform will be able to take control of Black America.
But newsflash, LilBigNate, we already have the ability to do that right now. They've already cut welfare since the 1980s by I don't know how much, right? You don't by hundreds of billions of dollars, right? That still has not changed our certain behaviors here. It hasn't.
Understood. So we're trying to turn the Titanic without any engines. So we are in a huge quagmire. It's going to take decades to get this thing corrected. And it starts with, like you said, cutting welfare. It starts with restricting abortion, so women have to be mindful of how they use their bodies. No more get out of jail free cards. It starts with pushing the idea of entrepreneurship versus job getting for Black men. I mean, it's really sad.
How are you going to get? But here's the problem. How are you going to get? Okay, let's say we cut off the borders. And all of a sudden, there are no more Mexicans and Central Americans on construction sites in America, right? Who has taught Black boys who were raised by single mothers how to use a hammer and nail, how to use a bandsaw, how to roof and how to lay tile and hang drywall? No, they don't grow up with men in their house. They don't know how to do it.
So you're suggesting we just give up? I'm trying to begin.
What I'm wanting you to understand is that your enamoration with Donald Trump's bombastic talk, and that's pretty much all it is. It's bombastic talk.
No policies. I got you.
Will not, even with some of the policies, will not change a cultural reality.
And this is where I agree with Pablo. The issue is that Black women have not been taught to be wives. They have not, and forcing them and trying to take money from them is not as shown has not worked. The only thing, we cover this on many streams with BGS and others, and even Black women admit the only way they're going to change is if when we outsource those women, those type of women. So I don't negotiate with terrorists. So that's my feeling.
Well, can I say just one thing?
Can I interject on this real quick?
May I please?
Well, go ahead, Judge, and then
it'll take less than 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Just on that last point on how they're going to learn. Well, there are apprenticeship programs, there are community college programs that are related to these things. There are trade schools that are related to these things.
Yep.
Funding can be pushed towards those things. I mean, right? That's another good thing that Obama did do, right? He basically made community college virtually free.
Oh, and I totally agree with that. But I'm also saying there's other places you can go. You can go in the military to learn trades. You can go other places. So I'm still trying to see. You're mixing an economic argument with what ails the Black community, and it's not going to work. I agree with Pablo. It's two different issues.
Well, gentlemen, you have
because wait. Because when 40 years out of slavery, Black people built Tulsa. They built Greenville in Tulsa. They built. They were controlling Columbia, Tennessee, Rosewood, and every time we have pulled ourselves up from the bootstrap, it has been other people will come in there, rob, pillage, and murder and destroy. So don't tell me that we have not done this.
Who said that we have not done it?
No, because you're saying that we can't do this, and I'm tired of people saying that Black people have done it in the past, and we can do it in the future. Because you said that they haven't learned how to do a nail and a hammer. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Time out, everybody. when Pablo said, hold on, I'm gonna go.
I said that. I said
Yeah. Pablo said
Oh,
that, but
okay.
he said it in the context to where if we have a lack of families, there aren't men in the home that's teaching the boys man shit. That's what he was saying. He wasn't saying black people aren't capable of building
Okay.
infrastructure.
Then I apologize, Pablo.
Yeah. That was the context of that. All right, go ahead. I'm forgetting. Hold on, wait. Mr. Chain Vicious came through the super chat. He said right, left. No, he said right wing, left wing. It's the same decrepit bird.
Goddamn right. Goddamn right.
I agree with that.
Said Pablo dropped down. Thanks, Pablo, for coming up. He says, I love my disposition as a black man in America. It's like weightlifting. The more resistance, the stronger I can get. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate that. And also, I think that's it on the super chat. Y'all get those likes up, and we're about to go back to City of Truth 91. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Go ahead.
All right, brother, and thanks for the mic back again. But my thing is this, and as far as our community goes, you was talking earlier, brother, about how you're not sure about the future of the community. You don't know if your son will be able to find a wife, if your daughter will be able to find a husband. And my thing is this, and also I believe it was Black Torch who said that, or the brother who just left, who was talking, and he sounded very defeatist to me, saying that, well, we built communities in the class, and white folks, other people came and raped and pillaged.
No, that was Black Torch. He's still on the panel. That was Black Torch who said that.
First of all, that's not true. That's not true. Let me explain why. Okay, when it comes to Black Wall Street, you need to understand, as a student of Black Wall Street, and as someone who always advances the concept of Black economics, Black Wall Street is sacred to me. It's sacred to me. Black Wall Street is literally sacred ground to me. Just like Mecca is sacred to Muslims, just like Jerusalem, okay, is sacred to Jews. Well, Black Wall Street is sacred to me as someone who talks about Black economics. Now, you said that other people came in, ravaged those places, and pillaged. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. Okay. Yes, in the past, we did suffer racial riots and stuff like that, but that kind of thing happened all over in America. Okay. And Black people weren't the only people targeted. Okay. Chinese Americans were targeted with racial riots. Mormons and stuff have been targeted and lynched and different parts of our history. Italian Americans were lynched and that kind of thing. Okay. What took those places down in the end was somehow, some way, in the mid part of the 20th century, Black folks allowed themselves to come under the influence and sway of liberal Jews who pushed social integration, okay, as a means of advancing their own political power, but they used Black people to do it. So we started to believe, okay, that the only way we would have power is if we got rid of our own institutions, our own communities, and went and lived in other people's communities. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Let me back you up, because it sounded like you said before that what happened in Tulsa didn't happen. That essentially Black Wall Street didn't get burned down. Were you saying that?
What I was saying is what happened in Tulsa is not what took Tulsa down. Those Black people rebuilt that town within 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
4 years.
That's not true. A lot of them moved out. There was I'm sorry, that is incorrect. You will not spin this. That was not true.
I don't think he's trying to spin it. Well, okay, just say what actually happened from far as what you know. Black Torch. Let me Black Torch.
What happened was, and it was more than just Tulsa. It was Wilmington, North Carolina. It was Columbia, Tennessee. It was Rosewood, Florida. It's instances. We did not come under the influence of it was called Jim Crow, and the laws that were made were just to stifle Black economics in the country. What you're spinning again. That's spinning. I can bring out the facts. Jewish people were treated almost similar to black people. They didn't become under the sway until much later. You're talking 60s. I'm talking 20s. That's 40 years. Explain the Jim Crow laws from the 1920s to the 60s. You can't.
Okay.
Now hold on.
No,
I
well,
can on that because my father grew up in the Jim Crow South and that kind of thing. He went to a segregated school. But see, my thing is this: is that you look at the black folks from the end of slavery all the way up to 1920 that were in those places. Those black folks thrived in those places. First of all, you talked about the other places, the other black towns and stuff, North Carolina, and of course Rosewood, Florida. We had towns like that all across the country. The majority of those towns were not burnt down at all by race riots. Okay, race riots only happened in certain instances, certain places, at certain times. Yes, they were unfortunate, but do you also know there were certain towns that a lot of whites were afraid to go to because the black folks there were so competent and business minded. There was a bank robber. You can go look it up. It was a town called Bowie, Oklahoma. It was an all black town. It was in Oklahoma. See, everyone talks about Black Wall Street, but they don't talk about Bowie. Bowie, Oklahoma was a black town. They had a black bank. There was these white bandits or these white bank robbers in the 20s. They went down there to rob that town. The leader of the gang, he told his gang specifically not to go to that town because he said those black folks there are business minded. A lot of them are armed, and if you go in there and you try to rob their bank, there's a chance they could resist. Well, his boys went down there anyways. They went to the bank. They proceeded to rob it. Okay. And when they came out, they found that the whole town was shooting at them. And they didn't make it out of there alive. But nobody talks about that story. They don't talk about that. They just talk about they talk about what happened with the Klan and the victimization part of it. They don't talk about how.
All right. Where was this at? Where was this at? What you talking? This is my first time hearing about this. Where was that at? You said.
What's that? It's Bodie, Oklahoma.
Bodie. Hold on. I said Bodie. Bodie, Oklahoma.
From where was it? Atlanta Black Star. Type in Atlanta Black Star, Bowie, Oklahoma. That will come right up. And but see, we don't talk enough about that. We
forgive me. I got lost. What is the point that the story is supposed to illustrate?
Well, no, I think I know what he's trying to illustrate. He's responding. Wait, bro. Let me get it. Okay, he's responding to something that Black Torch said because Black Torch made a comic. Okay, Pablo said something about black boys not being taught how to do certain things due to the lack of fathers in the home. Black Torch interpreted that as Pablo saying that we can't build nothing. Black Torch said we did build things, they just destroyed it. And now he's saying that, well, that's not 100% true because we built some things that didn't get destroyed, that we defended it well. So yes, that's how we got down this rabbit hole. And it was kind of interesting because he was bringing up something that I didn't know about, and I was trying to write it down because I do like to learn these things and read up on these things purely from an academic standpoint. I like history. If we're having a discussion about today, I hate when people bring up, if we're talking about what black people are not doing today or haven't built today or this or that. I hate when people go back and say, well, we did it and they destroyed it. I hate when that's brought up in that context as if we're not living in modern times. If you're black and you have a business, you more than likely should have an insurance policy. In the extremely unlikely event that evil white people come and firebomb your business, you're going to cash out $1 million insurance policy and build it again and come on back and blow it up again. I'll take another $1 million, and if the people are caught, they will be arrested under the law because it's illegal for them to do that. I hate when we go back to a time when it technically wasn't illegal for them to do that. And that's why a lot of them were doing it. We're in a different time today. So if we're going to talk about that history and what was built and what was blown up, or what was built and what was protected, that's good to talk about purely from an academic educational standpoint, just because, you know, you like history. It shouldn't be talked about as in, well, they trying to stop us from doing that still today. I hate when we go that route. I hate when we do that. Super chat. Super chat, real quick. Hold your thought, Judge. Black Uru Strike says, attend school board meetings. We way past whatever we was talking about. Attend school board meetings, advocate and run for seats, your local school boards, so you can direct some of the school's funds into trade programs. Very good point, though. We way off that point, but very good point.
That's how most of those people get into their. That's historically been the route that most of the alphabet and women have used to get into politics.
Yes, absolutely. Michael Hart says, here is where we lose the fight in discussing a way forward. We become overly emotional and fight amongst ourselves, splitting hairs over the details. I agree with that 100%. And we did recently just get far upfield, and I think we coming back to reality. We're getting back on Earth. So that's cool. That's cool. Okay. Travaris Wiley says, forced integration stifled Black progress. Agreed. Mr. Shane Vicious says he's lying. Most Black people were in poverty then. That is.
All right, now can I address that? Hold on. Let me address that, Bernard.
All right, address it briefly. It is true. Most Black people, well, far as I know, it's true. Most Black people were in poverty then. But go ahead.
And here is the intellectual fallacy in the Black community. When you look at history, right? When you look at when historians analyze history,
we want to get back on subject, so try to make this one quick.
Okay, or any society, okay, you know, the Egyptians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, or whatever. You have to look at that society as a whole, okay, so that you can see how that society functions. If all you do is focus on the poor people in that society and say that, well, because most of the people are poor, I'm just only going to talk about the poor people, then you miss all the other aspects in that society that allows that society to function. And in the African American community, you know, we're taught this.
Wait a minute, but was it a true statement that most people were poor back then? Yes, I can agree that you shouldn't only focus on the poor, but if it was a true statement, it's a true statement.
Okay, yeah, but if he's saying, okay, most Black, okay, no one's arguing whether it's true or not. But what that statement is designed to do is it's designed to take the narrative and focus it only on one narrow aspect of our community. And if you do that, you lose. You lose if you only want to focus the poor people, but you don't want to focus on the prosperous people. You'll never figure out how to make the poor people become prosperous. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
well, I think the argument again. I think the argument is moot. No offense, Mr. Vicious, but in general, by large, most people are poor.
Exactly.
But one of the things again that I want to illustrate out here is again, I'm not a bootstrap person. I say take advantage. Look, who's the guy who for 2 weeks was screaming at Black people to get their SBA money?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm not I'm about take advantage of the programs that are available to you. If you're ignorant to them, community college is virtually free.
Man, let's put it like this: there's people who, you know, due to the unemployment money, that extra $600 a week tacked on to whatever they would normally get for unemployment, they're making more under these COVID conditions than what they were making when they were working. Yeah. And I know plenty of them who are deliberately trying to go back to work so they can skim more off the top of the system, because they know when that money ends, or that extra money that they giving in, they know that they're pretty confident they'll be able to find a job very similar to what they had, you know, if they weren't, because there's some people who were you know, making $500 a week, but now they're making $900 something a week.
Yes.
So they're like, fuck that. I'm about to ride this wave. I can go find another $500 a week job, but I'm about to ride this COVID wave all the way to July 24th. And they might extend it. You never know. It's not etched in stone that it's going to end July 24th. They might extend it. So in that sense, yeah, I'm not tripping on anybody who's trying to skim a little bit off the system in that sense. But you should be rolling up your sleeves to do whatever you got to do. This extra money that you're making, you should be trying to figure out something. You should constantly be striving for better. But you live in this country, you work in this country, you're a citizen of this country, pay taxes in this country. If there's something that could benefit you, that could give you a hand up, nothing wrong with you using it. And too often conservatives, they beat up on welfare, and I do too. I beat up on people that just try to make a lifelong career out of being on welfare and on food stamps. But there are things in here that people who are motivated and ambitious can still take advantage of, and not just fall into that trap of the government.
The observation there, Bernard, is this, and those Republicans who do that, and those conservatives who do that, be they blue dog conservatives or red dog or Republican conservatives, most of them made their money capitalizing upon using the benefits available to them, either historically or currently, and profiting off of the others.
Agreed.
Yeah, we can acknowledge. Hold on. I think that was Black Torch trying to get in here. I'm gonna go back to you. We can acknowledge that it's okay to take advantage of those things. Like I talked about the unemployment. You talked about that with the I forgot the name of the
EIDL and Paycheck Protection Program.
Yeah, we can talk about taking advantage of stuff like that and still criticize the chick that's at fucking Walmart at 5:30 p.m. with some inside out pajama pants and a scarf on her head and some bunny house shoes, shopping with 2 big ass grocery carts, and got her 3 or 4 kids pushing them. I mean, we can still look at that and like, okay, yeah, that's kind of some bullshit there. But we can't. It's everything. Everything is not problematic, but somebody's making a career on not working, skimming the system. Then I got some problem with that. But if you can get a hand up, go ahead and take advantage.
Hey, Bernard.
Wait. Let me cut in because
go ahead, Black Torch.
No, all right. This is the thing that I'm starting to see is that facts don't matter, and this is why I'm saying that, because redlining was a fact that we still deal with today. We still deal with redlining. We still deal with what's going on today.
How do we deal with redlining today?
Didn't you find that what's the bank out in California where Mnuchin was the chairman of, they've been accused of redlining up in Buffalo. They do redlining in Brooklyn, New York, where I live.
Okay. All right. So
wait, because 80 to 90% of the wealth of Americans is in their homes. So if you can't get enough, or if you're dealt redlining where you pay more money, and you talk about communism. Communism is where one group gets one thing and another group doesn't have to pay them more. So who is the Marxist communist now? I'm capitalism,
right,
as what we call in America, is a combination. As black people get capitalism and white people get communism, because when the soldiers came.
Can I cut you off? Because I want to stay focused on this redlining thing.
Okay. Yeah.
If a black person has a good credit score and money for a down payment, and the math adds up, and he knows he can afford this house and wants to get this house at X location for X number of dollars, he goes to that bank, even though he has the right credentials. The redlining would imply that they would try that either him or the fucking realtor, whoever the hell, would try to steer him into living in a certain area.
No, that's not what redlining means.
Okay, or the bank would. Either way it go, he can say, "Fuck you! I don't want to live there. I want to live here." Are you going to? No,
that's not redlining means.
Okay, well, educate me on this. Then.
Okay, redlining is when you have a particular group living there and they're given predatory loans like Wells Fargo did in Buffalo. Well, they do it in Brooklyn, where you go to banks and the banks will see you come in there as a person of color and charge you more money. That's redlining. You got to look up redlining. What you're talking about is housing discrimination.
Well, yeah.
Housing discrimination is illegal, and they actually found if you send a black person to rent an apartment and a white person, they'll tell the black person that, I'm sorry, the thing is taken, and the white person, they say, oh no, when can you move in? And these are facts. So
Okay, I want to. Damn
yeah,
it!
okay.
What was the first thing you just said? Because you threw me off with
I know. Yeah, I was describing what the
the
term
apartment thing.
redlining
Yeah,
means.
describe that
And,
again. Because I want
okay,
to respond to that
redlining.
more.
Say I have a house, and I say I want to buy a house, and I go to say 3 banks, and all 3 banks give me say 10% is the loan. A white person go in there and they did a test, and they did, and he goes into the similar homes and the thing, and they give him a much lower, and they equal. They have it because they do a test. They make sure the portfolios are equal. And then when they go in to do the test, it's been proving that Wells Fargo was doing this and was fined for doing the predatory loans. This is a fact.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So all
Mark,
right. So they
Mark,
were doing predatory loans on people that they suspected either didn't read the fine print to find out that the interest rate was going to go up after X number of years.
No.
No,
That's
no, no,
not
no.
it.
It means
So
it mean,
that's what I
what
understood it to that happened.
what he's saying is the offer that they initially give them is right. They both qualify for prime rates.
Okay.
But the offer that one is either denied, right, or it's approved given subprime rates.
Okay. So this
Meaning,
black person, hold on. So
yeah,
this black person who has good credit, has money for a down payment, is what I would assess to be a smart person who, if he walks in there, he knows what a prime rate is. They offer him a non-prime rate. He should be able to say, fuck you, I'm not buying with Wells Fargo. You're trying to sell me some bullshit, and go to somebody else that offers him the right rate. Now, Wells Fargo did get caught and did get busted and so forth and so on with that. But I don't think you can call it full-blown absolute redlining, because that
It's
black person
redlining when
does
the
not,
other bank.
he does not have to sign that bad
Agreed.
deal.
But when the other banks in the area collude and do the same thing, it is redlining. And
yes.
that's the issue. Wells Fargo got busted on it, but there was other banks doing the same thing, colluding. It's just not one bank.
No.
What happens is the banks in that whole entire city are acting in concert, and that's based and that's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's another
Gentlemen,
question that I have on this.
Bernard.
Big Nate, I'm gonna get you back in here in a second. Here's another question that I have on this. Isn't it true that Wells Fargo sent a lot of those predatory loans and all of that stuff? They did do it to white people as well, just not at as high of a percentage rate. Is that correct?
They did. I will look and verify, but I'm telling you a fact that when they did a test, because this is what they do to confirm this is going on, they sent 2 applicants in with the same portfolio.
Right.
No, I believe I know. I
Yeah.
believe that they prey on people who they think they can get over on. And so
Bertie,
they preyed
you're
on some
conflating two similar but not the same issues.
I believe they preyed on some black people that they thought was stupid, and that particular black person who signed the contract, even though it was a bad deal, he more or less proved them right. Now, some black people, no doubt, looked at it and said, "Wait a minute, this is some bullshit. I'm not going to buy from you. I'm not going to work with you because you're selling me some bullshit." So,
no, but you're conflating two similar but separate things, right?
okay.
Because most of the predatory loans for subprime, right, were zero down loans,
Okay.
right, which are bad loans. They're bad loans. Zero down 30-year, a 30-year mortgage is a bad loan anyway. Zero down is even worse. Zero down is even worse because you haven't capitalized any of the loan. Right. So that means basically if you're going for a 30-year mortgage, that's 7 years worth of interest payments off the top. So again, you're conflating two similar, but because what he's saying is they're coming in with the same portfolio, yet one is getting subprime rates. And the other issue that brings the numbers up for the black community, but for black communities or impoverished communities, is the fact that they're accepting zero down loans.
Right, but Judge Zilla, I was giving the pure definition of what redlining is.
Yes.
You're talking about non-financial miseducation.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He was conflating two similar but different things.
I'm just telling you that this is still going on today. You can go to any city in America and you find out this is the same thing going on. So I'm just the facts. And
So the black
they
person is getting the house, he's just
I
getting a
I
bad
can even
deal.
tell you, I can even bring it into today's things. The PPP loans and all this, as Judge Zilla was talking about, he was telling people, look to see if they release who got those loans. It went to all the people of private equity groups and people who were connected. Yeah, and this is a fact. You can go look it up. They published
The
it
first round, yes.
yesterday. They
Yes, the first
published
round,
it
yes.
in the newspaper today. So, and Mnuchin was the chairman of Wells Fargo. And so I'm just trying to figure out who fought not to put that list out because he knew it was going to happen. The PPP was to keep small businesses. So you're talking about, let's talk the real issue. The real issue is, okay, who has the financial fiscal responsibility to get this country back on its feet? And I'm sorry, the Republicans have shown with this $23 trillion deficit, with the tax cuts, with the same thing George Bush did to the tax cuts, and put us in the hole in the first place. Now we got to dig ourselves out again from a 23 trillion. I don't think this happening. I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, gentlemen, I gotta go. Bernard,
Oh, I'm
man,
sorry,
yeah,
Big Nate.
I
You
told
held
you,
it for ages.
I mean, I was trying to chime in. Man, thank you so much for having me on the broadcast. All the gentlemen on the panel, I appreciate the questions. All the folks in the chat, appreciate y'all listening to me, and look forward to more stimulating conversations. Man, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
hey, appreciate you, Big Nate. You brought the heat as usual. So yeah, man, shout out, salute to you. I definitely look forward to having you back on here again. So peace.
Peace.
We closing in on the 3 hour. Oh shit, here we go. Closing in on the 3 hour mark. I'm about to get off the air, and then Angry Man came through. He said, okay, white people practice nepotism and are biased against other groups. Duh. What do you plan on doing about it?
All right, now can I respond to that, Bernard?
Respond to what in particular? Thanks, Angry Man, for the super chat. I owe you some money too. I gotta.
Before you do that, I think you have another one, James Hudson. I have a friend who's a realtor.
Oh yeah, James Hudson. James Hudson says, I have a friend who's a realtor, and they will tell black people that the house is sold to avoid a black person moving in
Exactly.
the neighborhood.
Oh, you got actually a bunch of them.
Exactly.
As real.
All right, now just let me say this, Bernard.
And to that, okay, that person is on some bullshit. If that person, okay, here's my thing with when people talk about white supremacy like that. It's like, I'll use this example. It was, I forgot what company it was. They were found to be doing at the higher levels, middle levels, lower levels. They got a lot of racist white people in important positions, and they were doing so many racist practices. They were just so out cold with it. They got sued. I forget, it was a real big ass company. I forgot which one it was. Y'all probably recognize it.
Probably Remax. Probably Remax.
I don't know. That don't ring the bell. Here's the thing. They got caught doing so much racist shit, hiring practices all across the board. Lawsuits was filed. They had to cough up millions upon millions of dollars to black people. This is where I'm at with it. When black people start talking too much about how we live in a system of white supremacy, but yet you could sue them and get millions when they get caught being white supremacists. So it's not a system of white supremacy. There's racist people at all levels, but the system is there and checks it when they infiltrate or fill up a certain organization to where they're doing all kind of bullshit. They can get sued. You can sue them, so they will take their L, and you will be able to siphon all kind of wealth from them.
Well,
when they get so it's hard to say we're in a system of white supremacy if they can be sued when they get caught being white supremacists. So that's why I don't like when we put too much focus and emphasis on the complaining about what somebody has done. If a realtor is on some bullshit, then you get another realtor. And if he's on some bullshit that amounts to him being illegal, okay, go through the proper things to where you could I guess, get the motherfucker sued or fired. Get the whole bring that whole damn company down if they got people doing that shit. Because somebody high up must know. So we keep acting like there's no recourse in this country. Like that's where it loses me.
Well,
there's racist people that get into position. There's racist people that get into position and do racist shit, but we can't talk like there's no recourse.
Well, Bernard, I would agree with you 90% of that. But however, when the racism is codified into the law, it's kind of like hard to listen. It only takes the Supreme Court to overturn the government from doing racist things to black people. It was a fact that redlining was a law specified by the U.S. government. Fact, and it took going to the Supreme Court for them to actually bring any justice to black people.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
go ahead, Angry Man. Thanks, M. Stewart, by the way, for that super chat.
Hey, Angry Man, how you doing?
No doubt. What's going on? Why are we still acting like white folks? Why are we still acting like we surprised that white folks do stuff like this?
Exactly.
That's my point. My point is because they told us, "Oh, we should just forget about it and move on." No,
that's not what a lot of black people are saying. The ones that are saying that, I get what they're saying. What they're saying is, okay, you go to a realtor. The realtor tells you the house is sold because they don't want you to live in that neighborhood. Okay, why would you want to give them your money in the first place? If you find out that's what's going on, why would you want to give them your money? See, the problem with that, in my opinion, is when black people try to go find quote unquote nice neighborhoods that are white neighborhoods, why don't black people make their own nice elite neighborhoods?
But Angry Man,
there's some
that's
places.
That's
hold
not
on,
what.
Real quick, Black Torch. There are some places. A guy I'm friends with on Facebook. He lives in Fort Worth. I forgot where he lived, but he talked about how he lived in a middle or upper middle class black community where it's all black people, and and he can't stop talking about it. And there are places like that. So they exist, just not enough of them. But you're absolutely right.
Are they happy and they singing and they're colored?
Yes,
Bernard and Angry Man, but that's not what redlining is. And you keep mixing the two issues. That's not what redlining is. What that is called, Angry Man, that's housing discrimination. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the predatory things of the banks. That was a different thing.
I know what redlining is, but here's the problem. You're never going to solve redlining if black people don't stop. Here's the thing, and I don't want this to come off wrong, because I understand that there's racism, I understand there's prejudice, I understand that all of these things exist. But there are a number of things that we don't do as black people that continue to keep us in these positions.
Yes.
There's a number of things we do. Where are the black banks? Now, some people will say, okay, well, it's hard to get a bank. It's hard to do this. It's hard to do that. What I find is you have black people that will say something is hard, and that's a deterrent to do it. You feel me? If you look at what was that movie, The Bankers, that came out? Bought those banks or whatever. Mm-hmm. Now, if brothers can try to pull that back in the damn day, why the hell isn't somebody? I've said this numerous times. Yo, why is it black people who feel like they're being treated prejudiced when it comes to certain businesses and certain industries? Get you a white boy that you're cool with, put him as the front man, and fucking white people would have been did that.
Okay, I'm not in disagreement with anything you said. I'm just stating the facts. That's all.
I mean, yeah, they're facts, but here's the thing. I get it. But in my opinion, I feel like as black people, we get more hung up on who's doing us wrong. It's like playing a game of Monopoly. The banker's cheating. You know the fucking banker's cheating. But instead of saying, okay, the next time we play this motherfucker, I'm gonna be the banker. We sit around complaining every time we play the game, but we let fucking Lucy be the banker every goddamn time we play the fucking game.
And hold on, if I could ask you this, Angry Man,
I got that reference, man.
Wait, hold on. I appreciate your contribution to this conversation, but let me ask you this, brother. And I know this has, but this is just a quick side note. How come you don't say these things when you are in BGS's room? Because in that room, that what the general consensus is. How come you don't jump up and say this?
I do say this stuff when I'm on BGS's panels. What are you talking about?
Well, but I've never heard you on over there talking about like the get our own banks, get our own stuff. Because if you say that over there, then he'll want to say that, oh, you hate white people. That's why you want to.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Over here, you different.
Here's the thing, brother. First of all, I can't remember the last time BGS had a Coliseum. That's number one. Number two, you obviously don't watch me. You obviously don't listen to the shit I say. I've been on BGS's panel numerous times talking about shit like this and speaking in reference to shit like this.
All right. Well, if you have, that's fine. I didn't want to divert the conversation. No, I just wanted to ask that quick question. But
how could you ask? Let me ask you this, brother. How could you ask me a question as if it's a legitimate question when obviously you don't even have the information to know whether or not that question is a fact?
Well, like I said, it was.
You said it like it was an accusation.
It was just a quick question.
And Angry Man, this is what I was responding to, because the conservatives and all these things in these panels was throwing up things as facts. And when I responded with facts about what's really going on, they'll stick their head in the sand saying, "Oh, that doesn't exist."
Here's my thing, brother. I will never say racist practices and those things don't exist. I'm not saying redlining don't exist. I know it does. I'm not saying that predatory banking practices don't exist. I'm not saying none of that. I'm one of the main people. Like, I don't play people get upset with me because I don't play the pro-black bullshit. But at the same time, I can acknowledge what, look, Robert F. Smith said this, which was very on point. He said, it is incumbent upon me to know my history, but not be hindered by it. I understand the climate of racism. I can gauge it. But one thing I know for certain, we're not dealing with what my grandparents dealt with. We're not dealing with what my great-grandparents dealt with. We're in a better position, whether we want to admit it or not. Now, there may be certain things going on that makes it seem like we're not in a better position, but we actually are. And I feel like black people do not capitalize on that position because they're scared because they're running around here talking about white people as if you're dealing with the same, not the same number, but the same intensity of racism that you dealt with during the Jim Crow era. Right. It's not the same intensity. It may still be racism, but it's nowhere near the same fucking intensity. You feel me? I don't care what nobody says. I feel like if you built a Black Wall Street today, the same shit would not happen.
I agree, but I'm just stating the facts that giving another example of facts about what the government is doing towards a sector of black people. When the black farmers for close to 50 years were denied loans but given to their white counterparts, it wasn't until in the into recent history that they got the settlement. They got it was the settlement from the Supreme Court saying that this was discriminatory. It's facts that these policies hinder Black economic formation. It's not a window in the past. It's happening now.
Right. But I will say this on that note as well. Again, what Angry Man said, utilizing the available tools. Speaking on what you just spoke of, you are aware of the USDA 4-year scholarship for Black people who want to be in agriculture or in agriculture related fields, right?
I'm aware of that, but that came
It's
at
a
a
full ride
response to.
scholarship for 4
I know,
years.
but
Yeah.
it was in response to years of denying
No,
Black
I
people.
get
Wait, wait,
that.
wait. There's others. You act like this is not a machine that works against us. You're
No,
wrong.
no,
I,
but
I,
what I'm saying is, if your foot is cut off, it doesn't mean that you have to be confined to a wheelchair all
I'm
the
not
rest of
saying
your life.
that, but I'm just saying you have to be aware of what's going on.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem that you're not bringing up. And this is why conversations like this frustrate the hell out of me. If you go to the average hood and you get out and you go into those neighborhoods and you have conversations with the people out there and all of that, what percentage of Black people would you say is on point as far as doing what they need to do to change all of this shit?
You want me to respond?
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you. If you go into the average urban neighborhood, I agree with that. But they're not on point. They don't know what's going on. They're caught in that environment. I agree with that. I'm not debating that. But to say that there's not policies that put forth in this country
See,
that okay.
that's how the pro-Black circular argument
But
continues.
I'm not a pro-Black. I'm just saying the facts.
But what you're saying is pro-Black rhetoric.
But wait. So farming.
Hold on, real quick.
Wait. I
Okay,
just
go
got to
ahead.
say this. So the discrimination pattern of not giving Black people, farmers, the Black loans is a Black talking point of the pro-Blacks. I'm confused at that. I thought that was just a fact.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
A talking point can be a fact, right or wrong.
A talking point can be a fact, depending on what factor you're getting at. I was not going for
what you're doing right now, brother, is you're deflecting away from what I'm trying to say, and you know what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't, but I'll listen to you now.
When I just said it, you said they're caught in the environment. You said this. You gave a number of fucking excuses. And the thing that I'm trying to say is that the policies and the problems that you are talking about, America is like a corporation. Everybody has a seat at the table except Black people. But the reason why everybody has a seat at the table is because they do what they have to do, whether it's ruthless or not, to get that seat at the fucking table. Black people, by and large, are sitting on their fucking asses, engaging in ignorant activity instead of doing what the fuck they're supposed to do to finally get shit changed so that they don't get discriminated on. Hell, you don't even have the numbers that you need in order to do something because the women are killing they've killed 60 million of us through abortion since fucking Roe v. Wade. And not now a single nigga in mainstream media or fucking politics has even fucking addressed that.
Okay. I'm not going to address that because I was talking about economics.
Yeah, I know.
And I agree with that. Wait, because you said that I was deflecting.
Wait.
Okay.
Hold on. Based on economics, you said you're not going to address that because you're talking about economics. You think that 200 million white people in this country to our 40 million instead of 100 million, because that's what we would have if it wasn't for that abortion bullshit. We would have closer to 100 million Black people. You think that doesn't affect the economics?
I'm not saying it doesn't affect the economics. See what you're trying. Again, I was separating. If you came late to the panel, I was separating the issues of the black family to what the conservatives were saying that they were going to supposedly do to, or Trump was supposedly doing for helping the black community. And I was just pointing out the facts that the Republicans and the Democrats are both racist, and I was telling them that there is no good or bad on the other side. They're both fucked up.
So you said, wait a minute, you said that Trump supposedly helped black people. You said that as if he didn't do anything.
No, I said no. I take that back. He has helped black people. Sorry, I take that back. He has helped black people. Okay, but I'm saying the Republicans as a group, as a conservatives as a group, have not done. That's who I was talking about when, because they try to separate themselves from conservatives and all this. And I brought up the fact that about the deficit, and I was talking about that.
But part of the argument of Black Torch is this, right? The Republicans via Trump, right? The remaining Republicans, right? Because we lost a lot of them because they were never Trumpers, yada, 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 right? Anyway, so the Republicans via Trump have specifically said, black people, this is what I'm doing. They by that statement, right? By what do you call it? By omission, they've said, immigrants, fuck you. Trans, fuck you. Gay, fuck you. Black people, specifically. And have policies backing up that you cannot cite on the Democratic side.
I'm not denying that. I'm not. Did you hear me once go into the thing? No, because I have to respond, because you're saying there's something I didn't say. What I've said about because there was that guy who came up there. He says, "What about Trump and the defense thing?" I said, "Okay. What about the bounty on the troops?" I said, "What about the pandemic response?" As you see, I made sure to just said what is the deficiencies, because he came up that the topic was, why am I voting for Trump? And I came up, okay.
Wait, what about the pandemic response? He tried to do a travel ban and close the borders in January, and he was called a racist for that shit.
He was aware of that, and he fired the pandemic team before that. Angry man, it's the pandemic team was the same team that stopped the Ebola, because there was two people who came to America and they had Ebola, and the CDC and the pandemic team immediately isolate them. So that's the facts. I'm just going with the facts.
But they made him walk back the ban afterwards.
Let me ask.
Hold on. Time out. Who made them? You see, this is the thing. He's the president of the United States. Who made him walk back what?
President of the United States does not have absolute power. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying that, but under the law, which people don't seem to read, the pandemic, it's under the CDC, the U.S. Army, and the FEMA, who has the control of pandemics. And who is in charge of and all those branches? It's the president.
You know what? This is what I find interesting, because we kind of getting off into the weeds away from.
No, I was bringing you up to speed on what the discussions were.
But here, let me bring you up to speed on something.
Okay.
This is what I find funny. What I find funny is that people will get up here and they will run down the list of what Trump is supposed to do, or what Biden is supposed to do, or just what white people are supposed to do in general. But anytime you bring up what the fuck black people are supposed to do, you get all sorts of deflections, and then we run away from that conversation. Why is that?
Excuse me. This is the topic was, why am I voting for Trump? There was a guy bringing up pros, and I was just doing the opposite. And
During
now, if you're talking about what black people are supposed to do, I'm of the firm belief that we need to lead this motherfucker. So that's what I believe. But
exactly.
not the but so don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to pump up either group. I'm just saying the topic was why I'm voting for Trump. That's all.
Okay, number
But
one.
leave and go where?
Wait. See, first of all, brother, you're not gonna do that with me. See, here's the thing. This is what you're doing. Okay. Yeah, the topic was why I'm voting for Trump. But in that topic, you brought up a bunch of supposedly racist or predatory or prejudiced practices. And what I said was the reason that those things continue is because black people have not done what they're supposed to do. We used to, but today we don't do shit. We don't do a goddamn thing. And the solution that you just gave is bullshit. Because if you took every last black person in this country and took them to another fucking country, they would do the same goddamn thing. Instead of being oppressed by white folks in America, they'd be oppressed by another group. If you carry your ass to Africa right now, somebody gonna get on you over there.
First, I just point of clarification.
The boogeyman, which is Dwight and racist and all of that shit, that has absolutely nothing to do with black people doing their due diligence to make sure that they're not getting fucked over by said group.
Real quick. Latcher Defiance Gaming said, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate your support. He says, always love these positive conversations. More like this. Bernard and New came through with a cash app. I'd like to thank you for that. I'm trying to find. Okay, well, no, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah, New came through with a cash app. I appreciate you. Go ahead. Whoever had the mic.
It was me. Okay. First of all, I didn't start with the. I never came out and said. I was just responding to facts that the panelist brought up. He brought up these long lists, and I was responding with facts. So I did not bring up any of those things, Angry Man. You're incorrect. No, I'm just responding to what you just said.
When we going to talk about what black people need to do?
Okay. Now, if you want to talk about black people supposed to do, I totally agree with you. But saying that I said something that didn't say was incorrect. If you play back what what that guy LilBigNate said, I was responding point by point to what issues that he brought up, not what I brought up.
Okay, fair enough. When we going to talk about what black people need to do?
Well, that's up. We can do it now if that's up to Bernard.
Oh no, yeah, that's cool. The conversation organically.
So let's go, Angry Man. I was just clearing the issue.
Dude. All right. Yeah, and all I was saying is, the conversation have organically moved and switched gears a bunch of times, and so that's essentially where I was taking it when I was talking about, the predatory loans or whatnot. Okay, if you don't read the fine print and you get fucked over, you got fucked over. So I mean, that's right. Where I was essentially taking it. So I'm all for it. Yeah, let's bring it to that area on what we need to do, because I don't like to talk about racism from a defeated position. If we're talking about racism that happened in the past, I like to look at that just, educationally. I like to learn about shit that happened in the past. But when it comes to us black people here right now, 2020, I'm more about what we need to do than talking about they still doing this. I mean,
right.
Yeah, I ain't with that shit. So let's go there.
Bernard, just again, you still have a misinterpretation, right? That situation, the predatory loan situation is again, it's close to, but it's not the same thing.
Okay,
right?
I keep messing that up, but okay.
Yeah, because the predatory loan numbers that inflates the numbers 100%, but it's separate to what the redlining issue is, right?
Exactly.
It's separate to what the redlining issue. The redlining issue, again, just to lay it out again, is two people come in with the same portfolio, right? The same financial portfolio, right? But they're different ethnicities or races, right? and the Caucasian gets prime rates and gets approvals for prime rates. The black, or the in this case we'll just say the black person gets either gets a denial or a subprime rate.
Okay,
right?
but can't that black person look at that subprime rate and say, hold on?
No, it's not just one bank. It's not just one bank. It's a collusion of the banks within the region.
Exactly.
But this wouldn't be a problem if two things. One, black people had their own banks, and I'm not talking about banks that's backed up that has a black face but it still has white policy. I'm talking about an actual black bank. Two, it wouldn't have a problem if somebody actually got together and fucking sued the shit out of the banking industry.
Yeah.
Well, yes, there's that. Okay, just on the caveat there. I have a $17 check in my hand from Wells Fargo. Okay, you know where this check come from?
What?
The most recent settlement from Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
And that was in 2019.
Oh, Judge, you be doing those
I was automatically included. I
know about that game.
I got a minivan for my sister. She didn't make the payments. It got repossessed, but they did it illegally, and I got $17 out of that.
But check this out. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. You may have only got $17, but what they had to pay out, I'm certain they didn't want to pay out.
Right, but what they have to pay out is 6 hours worth of revenue.
You said what?
What they had to pay out was 6 hours worth of revenue.
Okay, but I don't know if y'all realize this or not. That may have been 6 hours worth of revenue, but I guarantee you, if they could have avoided paying it out, they would have.
Well, yes,
because they're fucking okay.
Right, but but Angry Man, the point was that they made billions and billions of dollars and it's cheaper for them to pay a settlement than they do a clawback and give back the money to the people.
Give a fuck how much money they make. I don't care. I don't give a shit. What I give a shit about is doing what needs to be done. See, this is what you're talking about.
Yes.
You're on the battlefield. The opposition has swords and shields. They slayed your first wave of people. Instead of going and getting some swords and shields, you're complaining that the other side used swords and shields. It's the goofiest shit on God's green earth. I'm so sick of hearing it.
I must respond to this because I don't wait.
Do you have access to the metal?
Time out. He's responding to me, and I'm gonna respond to this because I don't know. What do you think or whatever? If somebody responds to you in a clear, concise manner, talking about the facts, and then you come their opinion and call it goofy, it's not only disingenuous, it's disrespectful. I never did disrespect. I never disrespected you, Angry Man, and please do not do that to me. That's all I'm saying.
He's gonna get mad and pretend like
I'm getting mad, but you said
it. Let him respond, Black Torch. Black Torch, let him respond. Let him respond.
This is the classic Negro deflection. Now, because I said something about black people actually doing something that will fucking work, which is stop being afraid to play the game and compete at white people's level. Now he's going to get offended, and that's going to be the perfect excuse to fucking get away from the conversation.
No, I totally agree with that. I even said that. Let's talk about that now. And Judge Zilla brought up a point of clarification to Bernard. And that's all I was doing was furthermore saying what the clarification was. And you turned around and call it goofy. Now that's what I'm trying. I agree with you that black people are not doing what they are supposed to be doing, but I'm not gonna go there because I'm gonna keep this civil.
Here's the thing, Black Torch. That whole soliloquy you just gave when you just Negro-splained just now, you could have used that opportunity to talk about what black people need to do, but you used it for another deflection.
Oh, it's another deflection when I defend something I say. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so okay, I asked you again. You lay out your plan or what you think a black people is supposed to do, and let's talk about it.
Okay.
Since I'm Negro splaining.
Can I set the table for this?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judge.
All right. Setting the table for this. All right. I just Googled it right now. So these are the numbers the best I can give you. Right? There are six black millionaires. There are 35,000 black millionaires. Now we can specify through whether that's 90 million or 1 million, right? But there are, right? So there is a financial, there is a fiscal basis to be able to facilitate what Angry Man said earlier, right? It's not that the resources aren't available, right? And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that they have to put up their entire thing. What about 5%? What about 1%?
Judge, you must.
Hold on, Judge. Did you feel saying some good shit, Judge? I want to make sure you finished.
Hold on for a second. Let me say something real quick. First of all, Black Knight, I get that you don't like me.
I didn't say. See, I'm not making it personal.
No. Black
Knight is somebody else.
Yeah.
You.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking to me.
Black Knight, I get that you don't like me. But one thing you dumbass niggas are gonna stop doing is you're gonna stop thinking because I got tattoos and I'm a fucking thug that I don't know anything. I used to actually work for a fucking banking for the banking industry. So shut the fuck up when grown folks is talking, you dumbass bastard. Everything that was just laid out about banking would be irrelevant if black people had their own bank and wrote their own policies. Stupid motherfucker.
And there are resources to employ.
Man, your trolls that follow you. I mean, I know you got people that follow you around. You can go ahead and block them from this channel. If they coming over here where they not blocked and they talking shit to you, then yeah, I don't care. You can block them.
So, Judge Zilla,
understanding again that a billionaire, right? What's a billionaire? What's a billionaire in millions? It's 1,000 millionaire, right?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
No, I mean, sorry, it's a million. But what I was stating is no. Let's have that discussion. Let's have this discussion. But Angry Man laid out banking, which I had no problem with. But you have to convince those people with the money, or get together a group of people to get together to form said bank. And and that's one thing. But there's more than just that to sustain. So I thought we were going to discuss the total issue. So let's go on. Go ahead, Judge.
Well, can I address, State Judge? You got to look at things in proportion to the whole.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for as many black billionaires there are, black millionaires there are, all told, Black people have less than 3% of the nation's wealth.
I understand that.
So let me make my point. So even though there are some of us as individuals are discreetly doing very well, can we collectively leverage our wealth when we have so little of it in comparison to other people? You know, we talk about banks, for example. You know, banks are a product of connections to government, to infrastructure, to industry. You know, so you maintain a bank, you grow a bank in large part by way of what sort of influence you have over those other contributory and connecting entities. And to the extent that you do not have significant influence over government or infrastructure or of industries or major sectors of the sort of regional economy and then maybe national economy, then the actual power and influence of that bank is going to be limited. And that's why many Black banks have struggled and in some cases failed, combined with the fact that, you know, the lower participation rate amongst Black people by virtue of them moving their resources into non-Black owned financial institutions. So, you know, if we're going to talk about this issue of whether we should have Black banks or whether we should have Black insurance companies, and I think we should.
Right.
I think we need to flesh out how you actually create and maintain this in totality, not
Right.
just whether or not
Or-
Black people will
But-
join the bank, but
Oh,
are you going to have governmental influences and regulatory influences that are going to make that
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't
imply
he?
criteria upon whether or not that bank could actually function?
But why wouldn't
Especially
all
if
that
some
happen?
of those influences are products of economies of scale that Black people, typically Black business owners, Black bankers, do not have access to.
But
It sounds
okay,
like you're
okay,
saying
but
the money is essentially there to do it. I think Judge just broke down the numbers, how the money is there to do it. But you're saying there's some other hidden reason.
They're not hidden at all.
Or-
You see them if you participate, if you
No.
attend your local.
All right, wait, hold on. Go ahead, Judge.
no, look, okay, look, my fellow accounting brother. My
Hold on,
fellow
real quick.
accounting brother.
Tavares Wiley, thank you for that super chat, and David Johnson, thank you for the super chat, man. Quit sending money, man. You send so much that one stream, man. I'm telling you, you know you're not gonna be able to pay your cell phone bill or your water bill at the end of this month, man. Just hang on to your super chat money. We good. I said the real problem is we don't have a rulership mentality. Meanwhile, every other race does. They understand no matter right or wrong, they're going to collectively support their people. Comprehende? All right. Go ahead, Judge.
To Varus Wiley said One United Bank, largest bank, Black bank in the U.S. And shout out to Antonio Keys. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Antonio Keys. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate that.
No worries. But again, look, my fellow accounting brother, my fellow economics brother, right? We both studied these things, right? We've both been around, right? You longer than I, and that's not a shot. But right, we've seen Wachovia come from nothing to something and get purchased by Wells Fargo. We've seen Capital One come from nothing to something. I've built businesses. You have to start somewhere. It's not right. The size of where you start doesn't matter, but you must have a journey of a million miles begins with the first step. And if we refuse to do the first step, if we refuse to put in these places where I'm just talking about billionaires and millionaires, not even 100,000aires, right? Who have the availability to invest as well.
Judge, we have had Black banks. We have had Black insurance companies.
I think
so
it's
what
like
you're
22
talking
of them
about
right now.
are
Just for the record.
No, there's 38 Black
people have done.
Okay, just for the record, hold on, Black Uru. Just for the record, there are 38 Black-owned banks. We need more of them.
I was going to get to that. Yes.
Yeah.
So these are what you're talking about is nothing new, and is nothing that we have not attempted to do and continue to attempt to do. The point I'm trying to make is we need to be empathetic with respect to just how difficult it is for those institutions to exist and to thrive and to grow. There are factors beyond just whether or not even that Black people will support them that will enable or disable their growth. And if you combine that with the fact that, like I said, Black people collectively have so little wealth proportionately, that is going to affect the ability to grow and maintain banks.
Now, boom.
That's just economic fact.
Now watch this. I'm gonna show you how Black people operate. You heard what he just said? Every Black person listening is gonna say, it's too hard. I'm not gonna do it.
No.
That's what niggas do. No, fuck that. I'm tired of Black people sitting up here trying to pretend like you don't know how Black people operate. When you say shit like that, niggas will say, it's too hard. I'm not gonna do it. That's the mentality. That is the fucking mentality. And the reason why I go ham and say the shit about the fucking sword analogy that a lot of motherfuckers in the chat room didn't get is you have to, just like Judge said, you have to start some fucking where. Right now at this moment, I have thousands of dollars of equipment that contribute to the production of my show. If I would have had the mentality sitting in my car that I had to have any of this before I did one stream, I would have never did a goddamn stream. Black people have a lazy fucking mentality. There may be a few of us that are exceptional. There's already a small number of Black people in this country. And there's an even smaller number of us that are fucking exceptional that will actually do something. But the vast majority of us in this country focus on dumb ass shit. And every single time we start having a conversation about racism, prejudice, and all of that shit, we can never talk about, honestly, the mentality of black people and why we don't get anywhere. Right now, what you just said about banking and the issues in banking, guess what? That should be on the fucking table since it's an election year. The fucking prejudice practices of banks should be on the table. But we running around here trying to get fucking Confederate flags and fucking statues tore down. That's niggas.
I agree with everything you just said, especially.
Hey, the general, are you there? I know you was having some issues earlier. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Chime in whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. Listen, man, all of you guys make some great points, right? But I would tell you, it's just like I heard the brother, he attempted to say it a minute ago when you made the analogy, Angry Man, about being on the battlefield with swords and shields. He said, okay, fine. But do you have access to the swords
Yes.
and shields?
Yes.
Right.
We
Okay.
do.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
In some cases,
Do you know what your sword and shield is? Wait, do you know what your sword and shield is?
And it's yourself, man. The sword and shield is yourself, and it's your ability.
No, it's
well, you and I may have vastly different ways to go about doing things, but I would tell you this real quick. I work for the Department of Defense, okay, and the military is one of the most even field organizations that a black man can enter into, and yet, and still, you still have that fine gray line there that a lot of blacks can't cross. I've seen it happen. I've seen where you would have fully qualified generals not get a position and even oftentimes be more qualified, and they would still give that position to their white brethren. They call it the ring knock.
It comes.
This is what you have to. No, it's not the struggle. It's the truth.
It's the struggle Olympics. It is the struggle Olympics. Yet again.
How is it? How is it the struggle Olympics? When I just told you, can you allow me? Can you allow me to finish, please?
You're getting ready to run down some shit we already know.
No, but at the end of the day, when you keep trying to jump hurdles that shouldn't exist in the first place, I think this is what some of the brothers are saying. You got the money, you try to open a bank, the banking industry at large shuts you out. You can only get to a certain level.
This cognitive dissonance is really fucking bothering me, because you're talking about hurdles that shouldn't exist, but they fucking do. And the only fucking way you're going to move those fucking hurdles is you got to be the person in the position to move them. That's
and
the
38 did win. 38 banks did win.
Here's the fucking thing. Here's the thing. I made the analogy about being on the battlefield and having your sword and shield. Your fucking sword and shield is knowledge, information, knowledge. You got brothers that have went to prison. You got the one brother, I forgot his name, went to fucking prison for a crime he didn't fucking commit. He took his ass to that fucking law library and not only got himself off, but got several other people off. It's knowledge. Black people do not fucking read by and large. Half of the shit we dealing with, we don't even fucking understand. Brother, white people, they go to school just to be bankers. Black people don't go to school just to be bankers. And you know it's true. So when you start talking about what white people do, they do it because they've put themselves in the position to be rulers. They've put themselves in the position to call the shots. And guess what? In the game of power, when you have the most power, you call the song and everybody else has to fucking dance to it. But instead of black people saying, you know what? We need to figure out a way to get some power so we can actually change the fucking song. We'd rather complain about the fact that we got to do a ditty to some fucking hillbilly music. Fucking
that's what's happening. But that's what's happening now with the Black Lives Matter movement. But you got so many niggas saying, "Oh, that's being puppeteered by white folks."
Because
why would you fuck with Black Lives Matter?
Because it is. There's a difference between following. There's There's a difference between following an actual movement that is actually doing what it's supposed to do and a fucking movement that was put in place to pacify niggas.
A Pied Piper movement.
But that shit goes back to what I said. See, everybody would know what Black Lives Matter is about if they just went to the website and actually read the goddamn mission statement. Black people don't read. Shit. When the brother asked me, he said, okay, well, how do we fix it? Fuck. Dr. Claude Anderson laid out how you fix it. Go get the fucking book Powernomics. He laid it out.
Right. He laid it out with the 5-story building, and he talked about how to secure each level of the 5-story building.
But niggas won't do it. They won't.
I'm very familiar with Dr. Claude Anderson.
Look, check this out. We're stuck. Okay, you're familiar with the 5 floors. So what? Here's the problem with us. Right now at this moment, Black men are not on any of those floors except media and in a very small way. And I'm talking about this sector. That's the only floor that we're on, right? Which has allowed us to be able to do a few other things in a roundabout way. Black women in our fucking culture, they're on every goddamn floor. They're on every floor. They practice group economics. They're in politics. They're in the judicial system. They're in media, and they're even in education. But the problem is they're not for us. They're against us, and they work against us. Until Black men get on all floors of that building, we are fucked.
Yeah.
We don't practice group economics. Okay. Black men don't support other Black men. We don't practice group economics. We don't really play a huge role in politics the way we should. We don't play a role in the judicial system and law enforcement. In media, they put little shills up there, little simps up there to co-sign whatever the mainstream media wants to co-sign. And hell, don't even get me started on education. The average 8th grade Black boy can't even read at the 8th grade level. So no, the reason why we're dealing with all of this shit, see, everybody wants to talk about the technicalities of everything. Like, I don't want to hear about banking practices. I don't want to hear about what you have to do to run a bank. Before we can even get to that point, we actually got to raise some fucking people that's willing to even be bankers.
Okay, I agree with that. But I have one question. How are you going to do that if your so-called women are against you?
That's the first problem.
Well,
that's part of why the manosphere is here.
That being said, as he said earlier, the hurdles are fucking there. We know they're there. We can
No. You can't just gloss over that one. You can't just gloss over that one. I'm sorry. No. Okay.
Please, I'm getting to it. The hurdles are there. You can't. We want to wish them away. They can't. But there, 38 banks have succeeded. I don't know what. I think five insurance companies have succeeded in clearing those hurdles, even with feminism, right? Because I can guarantee you, they are not women-run banks.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm responding to what Angry Man just said.
I understand what you're saying, and right, you're absolutely. I'm agreeing with you with the feminism piece
because he's talking about the Black women piece. Let him respond to that.
Yeah, I think y'all on two different things. The Thriller, thank you for that super chat, and Azrael.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
6394. He said, "AM is right. We make too many excuses as men as to why we don't own businesses. We lack the work ethic, the hunger to control our aerial 25, and I took this COVID to get my reseller's permit and LLC." All right. Damn, Black Torch, you had it.
Okay, no, I was just I agreed with Angry Man, but I asked a question pointed to the panel. How are you going to do that if Black women are against you? No other group in America has that issue. So if everybody says, okay, name a group that has their women against them.
Hold on, wait. Lay out your original point before you respond to the sub points.
How are we supposed to?
Wait. We got that.
How are we supposed to do that when the rank and file Black woman is not on board?
I can answer that question. You might like the answer.
No, go ahead. I want to hear it. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't want to hear it.
Stop fucking dating them. Stop dating them. Stop mating with them. Freeze them the fuck out. Go get women from the other diaspora. Get women, get black women who are culturally raised to support their men. SYSBM is simple.
Agreed, but okay. So you go and get how long do you think, all right, SYSBM is relatively new. How long do you think is going to take for this metamorphosis to happen? Because, but wait, it does. Okay. I'm just trying to respond to you. I'm trying to make sure I agree with SYSBM. Okay.
We won't live long enough to see the positive benefit of that. You have to accept that, and you have to accept the fact that you're not the destination. You're just part of the journey of our people.
These issues are not going to get solved in our lifetime.
Exactly. That's my point I was trying to make out. I agree with you. I'm SYSBM. I don't date them. I don't do anything. I have no children with them. So I totally agree with that. But I was just saying, you can't start a movement unless you have a proper foundation. And that's the problem. We don't have group economics because I agree with you. Black people don't trust other black people. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, because go ahead, Angry.
No, go ahead, Black Guru.
Well, I mean, I think part of the problem we have is we don't want to, I think, in any significant way or significant number, accept the enormity of what you propose, Angry Man, and that is the wholesale abandonment, essentially, of our mothers, of our sisters, in some cases, hell, even of our daughters, frankly, because of how deeply rooted the problems are. And so I think a lot of us can't really go that far because of the psychological and even the spiritual effect that would have on us to do what you propose in any significant numbers. I mean, just imagine sort of wholesale communities of black men, and none of them have, or many or most of them do not have ADOS women. That's a very different type of world.
If the right hand offend thee, cut it off. If the left eye offend thee, pluck it out. If you're a soldier out in war and you get shot in your arm and you got to put a fucking tourniquet on it and you've got that shit on there for too damn long, what's going to have to happen to that arm?
Yeah, but here's the thing. The problem is most of us don't see the problem being as acute as you described. And I'm not saying that it is not, but what I'm saying is I think if most black men truly felt that the problem was as acutely as a gangrenous foot, if they really felt that in their heart and spirit, then they probably would cut that foot off.
Well,
I don't think most of us are there yet.
What's going to end up happening ultimately is because of this space and because of the conversations that I had here and the movements that I had here, you're going to see a class separation, and it needs to happen. There needs to be a class separation of the thinking black man separated from ignorant niggas who want to continue running around yelling, "The black woman is God."
Nomadic career. Thank you, career. Thank you for coming through hard and heavy-handed with that super chat. He says, "Excellent panel, excellent conversation. Men need to be about their divine assignment. Period. Women will follow quality men." Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Came through heavy-handed with it. Mike Shinnery came through with a super chat. Says, "We don't need black women to help the men build banks." I don't think nobody was arguing that we need black women to help the men build banks and businesses. What was being argued is that and I did a stream on this. One of the most underrated aspects of building is building the people. In the way that you build the people, the best way to do it, based off all the data, all the stats we see, you need a man and a woman in the house together with similar values, ideals, goals, and raising those kids in the right direction. If we don't have that going on, then we're not going to build the people that's going to build all the stuff that need to be built, and we're going to be basically trying to berate and put foot to ass to a bunch of matriarchal men raised by women to get in line and shape up. So in that sense, you do need women. You need proper families to build the people. So that in that aspect, women are needed. They are needed. That part can't get around it. That was a point that Black Torch made, and then we kind of got off track of that. But anybody who's saying that right here, right now, today, in order for me to start my business and grow my business, I need a woman for it. No, you don't. But if you're looking long term in the future, beyond, just making some immediate money from a business, but actually growing and building the people in the Black community that we want to see, then yeah, you do need families, and for families, you do need women to get in line and act right. So that part can't be denied.
And your business can take money from them.
Say that again.
And your business can take money from them.
Money from the women,
right? You can sell to them.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, hold on. Explain that while I find this little super chat. Explain what you mean. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
He's trying to say that the money circulates within the community. It doesn't go outside the community.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
Angry man with the game winning shot. Boom, pow, zap, bang.
Like I said, I just want to make a point of clarification. I'm not against.
Well, Black Torch.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Pump the brakes. I think he's referring to that SYSBM comment.
Yeah. Crazy as hell, man. I ain't messing with you.
Go ahead, Black Torch. I was
just making a point that I was not against anything that Angry Man was saying. I was just saying that in fact, I agree with him, but I still see that's a major stumbling block, and that's why I'm SYSBM. That's all.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing with that. Like, it's messed up because you're 100% correct. Major stumbling block is actually an understatement. That shit is a hurdle within itself. Is the fact that the only thing, in my opinion, that would save the Black race is Black men are gonna definitely have to pick women that come from other Black cultures. Like they can't deal with the women in this culture because they've bought into feminism hook, line, and sinker. And Black women's feminism is like white women's feminism on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
The Black race, the Black race in America.
I got to respond to Mike Shinnery again, because this, what he's saying gets brought up too much here, and it's a very short-sighted view that you have when you're saying build it and they will come. Okay, let's just say that there's 5% of Black men, 10% of Black men who, despite being raised with a single mother, despite whatever disadvantages, there's 10% that are on point and able to build some shit and able to get some shit done. Okay. The point is you need more than 10%. So if you say build it, they will come. Okay. Those 10% of men would get, quality on board women that act right. Okay, great. The point here is, if we're talking about, if you need more than 10%, it's a matter of how do you build an army? If you got a small percentage of men that are on point, we got to build a fucking army of them.
Right. But
the only way you can build that army of them is growing them from within. So you're looking at this from a short-sighted perspective, as if somebody it's almost like you're going back to the arguments that you made when you basically were saying people was crying about not getting a girl. Okay, well, get on your purpose and then you'll get a girl. We're not talking about a guy getting a girl. We're talking about collective Black families raising Black people that are going to grow up and act a way that Angry Man are saying Black people should be acting.
Well, that argument comes from a fallacy. That argument comes from a fallacy that only Black women create Black children.
No, I know. I get that part too. Rather we talking about what Angry Man said about SYSBM or the Black women who will act right. Overall, no matter what we're talking here, we need Black people. Black men need to be raising families, need to be having families and raising kids the right way.
Well, see, the solution.
Women doing it by themselves don't work.
Well, see, the solution, in my opinion, and you know, I've caught a little bit of flack for this, but I'll say it again. In my opinion, if you look at the numbers in this country, right, you got 200 million white people or more, right? But across the board, birth is down, except for the Latino community, right? So you see the Latin community growing constantly and getting a foothold politically. You feel me? So me personally, it may be a sneaky, underhanded practice, but I feel like, if brothers started dealing with Afro-Latinas, number one, you're going to end up having a black child that possibly speaks both English and Spanish, that has one half of a tie into a community that's growing large as fuck right now. That may actually be a way to jumpstart numbers or to boost your numbers and actually overtake the overall white population in a couple of generations.
I have another proposal, maybe to add to what you described, Angry Man. After you get that Afro-Latina wife or African wife, why not adopt an infant black boy?
Yeah.
Because if many men like what you propose adopted boys, and you got to get them young enough in life before they've been exposed to too much trouble. Get them young enough in life, then you can accelerate. Or if let's say you adopted 2 of them and you had the resources to do this, then you're not only are you creating the opportunity to make more productive black men, but you're also reducing from that population of black men who are usually amongst the most troubled and are much more likely to become criminalized because they're going to come up in the foster care and all that type of system. So if you adopt a black boy early enough, you're actually, I would think, are accelerating the potential benefit of what you're doing.
Facts, right? That's right.
And David Johnson, thank you for the super chat. He says, facts, Angry Man, all men have to do is starve out the rebellious women, agreed, and let all the other women see that. In war, another strategy aside from the physical battle was cutting off the enemy's water and food supplies. Thank you very much for that. Mike Chenery responded by saying, we have to start. I don't think anybody is saying black men should sit on their hands until black women act right, and then we can start doing the things we're supposed to do. The argument is that there are black men doing what they're supposed to do, and it's how do we replicate those men? That was the argument that came from the family aspect of it and building a generation that does what they're supposed to do.
And I can,
following that, but anyway, all right. Brian McLaughlin says, I respect how Angry Man is putting ownership on black men as far as dealing with our issues is concerned. Black economics, black power. I agree with that 100%. The onus is on us to do what we got to do. That's
20 seconds.
No,
20 seconds, real quick.
20 seconds.
Okay. Yep. Unfortunately, I bring sad news. I'm not a millionaire yet. I have to go back to work. And my coffee cup is empty, and it's all Angry Man's fault.
That's right. I need that Blame Angry Man shirt, man.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for having me on, Bernard. Panelists, it's been great going back and forth for those that are on and for those that have dropped off. Y'all have a great day and a productive day.
Yeah, thanks.
You too, Judge.
I just want to say,
understand that red line and stuff that I was confused about, so you got to explain it to me again later. But anyway, all right. Bye.
All right. One more thing, Bernard. What I was gonna say, Lord, now I forgot. Go ahead. I'll skip.
And my bad, Bernard. I know you was getting ready to close out. I came in here and lit the fire. And now,
man, you came at the buzzard, man. I was just about to push the end broadcast button, and then you sent that super chat. I was like, all right, here we go. We about to be a whole another hour. I already knew. No, it's all good. It's all good. Man, Platinum Elite came through. He said some men are bitch broken. That's why they complain about women. Improve yourself, and I think that completely misses the point of what we was talking about when we were talking about families and build. The underrated aspect of building is building the people that you want to see. For example, Angry Man, if I understand his situation right, you more or less you got custody of your two out of three of your boys. I think you something like that.
Yeah.
If I understand it correctly. Okay. Yeah. Had he not done that and they were just left in the hands of the mama, who knows how they would turn out. Right now, Angry Man, who's a productive, successful businessman, he's building building 3 more Angry Men. Hopefully they ain't quite as angry, but as industrious as he is. You
just
know?
Upset, man.
So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about building. And if it's separate, where hey, black men over there and black women and children are over in another corner, then we could talk about building all we want. The right type of men that we need are not being built up. That was the point. And that's why, and if Mike Shinnery didn't see the forest looking at the trees or whatever that saying says, saying, well, if you build it, the women will come. And then he said, well, these dudes are bitch broken. That's why they complaining about women. This wasn't a complaining about pussy you can't get conversation. That,
right.
And
I remember what I was about to say. Yeah. BGS covered what Mike Shannery was talking about. He says you want to just bribe the women until they do what you want to do, and which is ridiculous. You need a partner, not somebody, a captive prisoner. That's why when they say cut off all these things to these women and they'll have to come back to you, you don't want that. Nobody wants that type of person. I'm sorry.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust and predict their behavior. You know, once a female gets so deeply rooted into a certain type of pattern of living and behavior, she will give token gestures or will pretend to be supportive or want to be behind you, but all the while, every opportunity that she can undermine you, betray you, sleep around on you, she will do that. So no, you don't. There's no fixing these women. There's nothing you're going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to alpha your way into controlling most of these women. They're done. You have no mechanism really to make them do right legally or with the courts or with the regulations. You just have to let them be.
Black Torch, you just got called Lil RBR.
I don't even know who that guy is, but okay. All I know is that, Bernard, I really appreciate you having me on the panel. Angry Man, it's a pleasure as always. And Black Aru and all the other people on the panel, I may sound passionate, but I just like history and economics. So I like, just to keep it like that. So thank you and have a good day.
Absolutely. All right, we about to get out of here. I emailed Obsidian. I'm not 100% sure if he's going on Mixler at 2:00. If not, look out for that. I'm sure he'll post it in his community tab. I posted in mine. So I think Obsidian going on Mixler at 2:00. So look out for that. And Angry Man, you going live later on?
Probably in an hour or two. I probably will go live.
You got a topic yet?
Not yet. Oh yeah, yes I do. I'm actually talking about. I'm actually reviewing a video from a black woman who is pissed off at 50 because he said he dates exotic women.
That should be an interesting one.
We're gonna talk about whether or not black men should have the right to date exotic women, So
shit. All right, yeah, that's gonna be some fireworks. But all right, fellas, all right, we got to get up out of here. I'd like to thank everybody who liked the video, shared it, subscribed, sent the Cash App or Super Chat. Appreciate all your brothers. And with that said, we out of here. Peace.